Buenos días. Por favor, si podéis tomar asientos.
Good morning. If you could please take your seats. Good morning and welcome to the second day of Inspiring Women Leaders in the Digital Era. Yesterday we had very interesting session of the new CEO and a session on AI and how it impacts our lives, our businesses. And we also had a session on how entrepreneurs are supporting the public administration to digitalize, and a conference on leadership and values of someone that told us how to bring these values to businesses. And the session was very interesting and close by the president of Euskaltel, as he also talked about the protection of minors regarding screens. And today we have a very interesting session. I want to say hello to everyone in streaming. This session is going to be interpreted to English, so I won't be speaking in English because there's interpreters. We're going to have several sessions, one on investment, what investors are looking for, the emerging spheres, another on cloud computing and cyber security, and blockchain. In these sessions, we will always be focusing on uses and practical issues so that we can start pilot projects and also interact and create value. And today, we have the president of Volvo and the Spanish-Swedish Chamber of Commerce, Jose Maria Galofre, who will be opening this second day. We want to thank Volvo, who is a sponsor together with Euskaltel, Fujitsu, and L'Oreal for the first time, because we're worth it, as they say themselves.
Y tiene apuntes, tiene cosas escritas. Bueno, buenos días.
Good morning.
Muchas gracias por acompañarnos.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us. Good afternoon, good evening to those in streaming, because you will choose when to listen to us. And Teresa, thank you once again. Yesterday in the radio, they asked me to say a few words on the 10th anniversary of women changing the world, leaders with a feminine standpoint. And the first joke by the journalist was that you are the only man in this whole thing. And I want to share that we all work together, that this is part of humankind, and this is a beautiful place. So I want to thank the rector, because we are in the home of wisdom, because what it says in Latin is the home of knowledge. And that is what Teresa has been doing for 10 years, because in life, it's very easy to start things, but it's not so easy to continue to be a startup for each and every day. Those of you focused on investing know that it's people that allow for projects to continue. Why have Teresa and myself worked together for so many years? I believe because what we represent in Inspiring Women and in Volvo is that we have to work together. There are many advantages. When you are in a Swedish company, this is part of their culture. If you take care of people, whatever their gender or the color of their hair, you just are focused on being a humanist. I've come into the university through the old building, and it says transforming humanitarian leaders, and being humane is what Volvo wants to achieve. And a Volvo that is going to turn 100, that is going to have its 100th anniversary, if we focus on caring for people. In fact, there's evidence of that, and that's an example that Teresa loves and wants me to speak about, because this is a real case, something we've been able to achieve by combining our job and believing that as engineers with diversity, we will achieve better results. Volvo, 66 years ago, in the year 59, starts with the safety belt. We are the creators of the safety belt, and we share the patent. And some of you would say you shouldn't do this, but the aim of the company, when we had the dilemma of saving lives or making more money, it was a clear decision. It makes more sense to have security, and now more people are alive thanks to the safety belt. How is this linked to diversity? Since the start of the company, we decided to study real accidents, and our engineers, women and men, study this more than 10,000 cases every year. In Sweden, when there's an accident, the ambulance comes, the police, but they also call a Volvo engineer, because from the standpoint of science, what we need to do is to analyze reality. And then we do what differently to other brands. We go to the lab, to the crash test, to test if there's enough safety. Up till now, because for instance, we've been doing this since the year 95, we had a dummy with a human shape to see what's the damage, and to see how the cars can protect from that damage. But we made two mistakes. We didn't take into account the virtue of working with both women and men engineers, because the dummy is always a 180 meters handsome Swedish guy, but that's not how humankind is made up. When I read in the other building, let's transform into humane leaders, then we have to speak about values, courage to respect and be respecting others. Because what did women engineers say? Well, the problem is that we are testing with these dummies, and that's why then there's more damage with women and pregnant women. So since the year 95, more than 30 years, we have dummies that represent humankind. The Gauss bell is the distribution of human gender. In fact, it's based on this, and we have people that are broader or shorter, and we've changed therefore our future by changing this dummies and by working together, women and men. And in fact, now we are launching a new car, and our safety belt, invented by Volvo, has been transformed in an adaptive safety belt. I believe the majority will be thinking, finally, because I hate it when I get in a car and I feel really uncomfortable because of the safety belt, but now it adapts. So whether you weigh more or less, if you're pregnant or not, the safety belt adapts to your body. And if there is an accident, it's much safer and we avoid that damage. So this is a fun test, because it shows how working together we obtain better results. So humankind cannot be built just with a one type of human brain. And I was also speaking about bravery, courage to progress together, research together, invest together. But sometimes we say, yes, this is okay, but this is something from the past when men didn't want to respect women. But it continues to happen. And some say in other countries, no, it's happening each and every day. And even if you don't believe it, it continues to be present in our lives. And for example, we've in our office, this happened recently. In Bilbao, Spain, we decided that when we gave our car to our customers, they come and we enjoy explaining the car. But the cars have a lot of technology, and this takes a lot of time. And some customer says, I have to leave. I cannot be here for a whole hour explaining things. So it was a simple decision. I'm not an engineer, but I believe in science. So we said, let's study this and see how we can substitute this. And by using the digital world, the decision was that before and after the delivery, we will be sending our customers a brief tutorial, a video that informs you before or after to recover all the information. I'm not saying if it's a TikTok or something like that, it goes beyond that. And in fact, I don't use TikTok, even though my children do. But what happened in the office when this idea was implemented, the people in marketing works with an agency, they make a beautiful video, because now the human beings cannot pay attention for a long time, unfortunately. So everything's done, and they show me 10 videos for a model. I think it was the X30 that you see here. And when I see the videos, beautiful, communication agencies, and you say, wow, beautiful videos. But I say to my team, didn't you realize what we done is that the voice and the hand showing the different buttons, it's of a man. Oh, it's okay. No, it's not. Because in human nature, we also have women. So how many videos do we have? 10. Then let's make 5 and 5. Do you know what the team said? They said, well, in the next videos, we will take this into account. So you know what I had to do, and this is being a leader, a humanitarian leader. I said, well, 5 can be kept, but now I need 5 with the voice and the hand of a woman, and we will have 5 and 5, because if not, we will be back to the situation of the past, and the world would be very boring if it was only a world of men. So I want to congratulate Teresa and all of you, because we're all transforming the world together. The world depends on our inspiration and leadership, and we have to do this together. So you always have us. Teresa, you have the support of Volvo, and I cannot say you have a great discount because we have to pay for everything, but thank you for allowing me to be part of this family, Teresa. Thank you. Thank you. After so many years collaborating with us, we would like to pay tribute to Jose Maria, because he always works with this inspiring women leaders. You come to Bilbao, to Coruña, to Málaga. So this is a small recognition of our appreciation, a surprise you were not aware of. So thank you once again, Jose Maria.
Y seguimos construyendo el mundo juntos, y bueno, donde no hay dinero, y lo sabemos muy bien.
We continue building a world together, and where there's no money, Garbiña and I know, because we're being focused on resources, but with no money, there's no creation of companies nor communities. So let's speak about investments now. And we are lucky enough today of having the presence of Libe de las Fuentes, founder and vice president of IED. You have the floor, and please, all the investors, please come up on stage. Thank you.
Egunon eta ongi etorri.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning and welcome you all. Estoy sumamente agradecida a la Universidad de
I'm so thankful to the University of Deusto and Inspiring Women Leaders. Teresa, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this event. 2 years ago, I was in the audience, and I remember when you talk about generative AI, when this technology was new, and it was very clear. Today, I will be presenting the panel and new ways of sustainable investing, creating value. And I don't come from the sphere of finance or investors. I am a scientist, a biotechnologist and molecular biologist. For many years, I've worked in a technology center managing R&D projects in the environmental field. And the sustainability of our pilot projects until they are scaled up and implemented industrially is something fundamental. 18 years ago, I decided to become an entrepreneur with our company that provides advanced services with translation technology services. In both cases, I've always worked with the science, technology, and innovation sphere of the technology park in Zamudio in the Basque Country. Always coexisting with the latest technology advances. Also, for more than 10 years, I've been part of AED, the Association of Businesswomen from Vizcaya, which allows me to meet many women leaders leading very interesting and challenging projects. We are an asset for change where we want to achieve equal leadership, and that has been working for 30 years. So this group is made up by 300 women of different generations and different industries and fields, which is very enriching. We develop projects that promote women being directors. And there's also a transfer of technology between young and senior entrepreneurs. Our program Impulsa, the Universidad de Deusto and Garbiñe usually send us people with a high potential, and we've reached its sixth potential of the Observatory of Women and Business that analyzes women in business leadership in Vizcaya. And we have more projects that you can check on our website. What I see around us more and more is women developing technology projects that don't only want to be profitable, they also want to generate a social impact and to introduce new ways of governance and management. Maybe the stereotype that linked to women entrepreneurships is an aversion to extreme risk, the search of sustainability through time, or responsibility with commitments. But there's absolutely a bit of everything, and that's the wealth that these gases are working with other more traditional ones to make mixed models where we have both sustainability and growth and investment with risk and prudence. We want to share ideas, doubts, which generates at the end of the day something very powerful, which is trust. And when there is trust, we give steps that maybe we wouldn't give in an individual manner. More and more, there's women leading products and robust projects in our territory. Some are smaller, others are bigger, but they are all adding up. And for these initiatives to start and grow, investment is fundamental. But we should change how we look at things and not only look at the figures, but also other aspects like sustainability, equality, diversity, commitment, and the long-term impact. And in fact, that's what we will be speaking about in this panel, exploring new ways of investing, creating value. Thank you.
Están. Perfecto. Buenos días.
Good morning. Egunon in Basque. My name is Yusuf Traore. It is a privilege to be here with all of you. With my accent, I'm sure you guess that I'm not come from Cuenca. I love the city of Cuenca, and I really apologize for the mistakes I can make in Spanish. Before giving the floor to the very talented professionals, I would like to introduce myself. I work in Madrid since 2010. I'm an investor in deep tech, which is an advanced technology. I'm sure you've heard about AI and so on and so forth. So I work in biotech and deep tech, and to be fully transparent, one of the startups I've invested in is here today, and we will have Pilar speaking that will also speak about this. I'm also a professor at the University in Madrid, and amongst other things, I'm creating an action fund for quantum cooperation. It's a pleasure to be with you all, and every year that Teresa invites me, I'm really excited because the level is better and better every year. So thank you, Teresa, for inviting me. And now I would like to give the floor to our colleagues. You have 1 minute to introduce yourselves, as we are a bit delayed, and I want to be Teresa to be annoyed with me. Hello, my name is Silvia Perez, and I work in open innovation for Repsol. Thank you for inviting me, Teresa. It's a pleasure to be here. In 1 minute, I would like to say that our activity in open innovation is to connect. We are constantly working with scientists in Repsol, and our task is to identify potential collaborations, whether it's with startups or universities or research centers or other businesses that allow our scientists to develop technologies for a better transition. Thank you, Silvia. Good morning. My name is Cristina Diezma, and I'm part of the M&A team for Repsol. So in English, we call it M&A, and in this department, we analyze transactions that help the company to transform in its traditional businesses like chemistry to other areas that are linked to energy transition. Thank you. My name is Angela. In Chinese, my name is Chu Yi, and I'm the founder of Minga Consulting. And we are in the Indogune building for startups in San Sebastian. Thanks to Garbiñe, because we've been in Deusto since 2019. Some years have gone by. And thanks, Teresa, for inviting me to this event. We are a consulting company that manages projects between Spain and China. And we are in the Basque Country mainly, so most of the activities are also in this area, even though we are also present in Barcelona and Madrid. The projects are usually industrial and cultural, and in the future I hope to contribute even more in cultural projects and businesses between both countries. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Oyer Aurrecoechea. I come from Deusto Emprende, which is the unit that provides entrepreneurship services to the ecosystem of the Deusto University. We are a cross-cutting unit that provides this entrepreneurship services to the whole chain value. Those people that have an idea, where we have this first idea, and then there's others that have projects that are almost in the market or close to be marketed. Regarding investment, what brings us together is the support, the comprehensive support that we provide to this entrepreneurship. We have a code called Deusto Emprende Crecer Más, where we have a group of investors, and those that require investment get in contact with them, and we provide this service. And Angela, well, you're one of the companies where we provide support. And Angela is an example of one of these businesses in our incubator. And of course, I would also like to thank Teresa for inviting us and giving us the opportunity of being here today. Thank you. Good morning. First of all, I would also like to thank Teresa for inviting me. We've known each other for more than 10 years, and also Mariajo and Garbiñe. The truth is that it's a pleasure to be here and to be here with everything that it represents. I am Patricia Casado. I'm a professor in Deusto in business model, which is what I'm specialized in. And I'm also an independent director in a technology listed company. My relationship and the Teresa Sangarbiñez invitations comes because I've been working with business angels for some time now, and also leading the first accelerator in the Basque Country, where we provided support to sustainable projects with an impact. So that's my background, and thank you for inviting me to be here. As you can see, we have experts in different spheres. So thank you so much for being here today. I believe we will be learning so much with you. First question. In each of your areas, and of course, I would like to know what's your view. What does it mean to invest in a sustainable manner? I don't know if in the sphere of investment, what does it really mean for you for it to be sustainable investment? As I was saying, I work in a department that works with corporate virtuing, that is the one investing in startups. And to also understand what this means, we need to also understand the context. Repsol was the first company that said it was going to be net zero emissions in 2050. And we also took this into account when investing. So all of our investments have the objective of meeting the SDGs. And to show our commitment with sustainability in 2024, the Energy Venture team decided to, in a voluntary manner, adhere to the principles of responsible investment of United Nations. This means that in all process when analyzing startups and making decisions, there's a ESG criteria. This also means that all startups in our portfolio need to have ESG metrics. So beyond the environmental commitment that has to be part of this investments, it also has to comply with social and governance requirements. This is something voluntary. As I explained before, it's not compulsory, but it is a pillar of the company. So we want for all the startups that we work with since a starting point, because they're usually early stage startups, to grow with this sustainability. Before continuing, Christina, I'm going to give the floor to Sonia, that is with us through Zoom. Sonia, could you please explain who you are and what's your role in Enquibo?
Gracias, Teresa, por la oportunidad de...
Hello, Sergi, and hello, Teresa, for giving me the opportunity to join you, even I cannot do so from Bilbao. We are a venture capital fund in Spain, in Madrid, and we make all kinds of investment focused on technology, but also in impact businesses. So it's a pleasure to share my experiences with you all. Thank you, Sonia. Christina, sustainable investment. In your case, what can you say about this? Well, for me, Sustainable means that every euro we invest today needs to generate value tomorrow. This in M&A means that we want to invest in a reduction of emissions, more efficiency, circular economy, and so on. And I believe that green or sustainable, or what's sustainable is not only green, it's also feasible, something that can be scaled up and has to be part of the real industrial fabric. And in the case of Repsol, we can see this clearly. All new technologies, the startups with which we collaborate can test concepts in our industry. Thank you, Angela. For me, sustainable investment in the case of investing with China is something that we are very aware of. When I go back to visit my city, the sky is bluer. So the government in China is focusing on the environment. So they make a compulsory to put in measures like good waste management, water, metals, and also they use green energies like hydrogen. There's companies that are developing this, and they can also receive credit from the government to have green energy and then sell this business and energy to other companies, which I believe is a good starting point. Also, for citizens, China is very different from here. So they started to train on how we need to separate what we are going to recycle. And for some years now, we mix everything again. And I've been told that there's advanced technology that transforms all waste into electricity. So we need more waste to generate that electricity. And for me, this is also sustainable on the long term. It might not have a benefit or profit during the first years, but we need to take into account the long term. So the Chinese government has been putting in place measures for more than 10 years, and now the skies are bluer, which makes us happier. And on the other hand, Chinese companies are going abroad more and more. For example, in Spain, in Barcelona, they manufacture chili cars. And these companies, when they are in China, they are also putting in place sustainability measures. And when they are outside the country, they also, this is also valued by European consumers as it's contributing worldwide. That's my point of view.
Could you please, if you allow me to talk about the Chinese scale? Of course, this is going to have a huge impact. And I think it's really interesting to see this. For us in Deusto Emprende, sustainable investment, we feel is the result of a process that we've developed beforehand. We support entrepreneurship right from its idea stage until the end. We support those people that have a tie to university, wherever they happen to be in their entrepreneurship cycle. And it's thanks to this support that we have cross-cutting skills. And we try to encourage all subject areas to get involved in entrepreneurship. We have shared values as well, people-based valued, social, environmental responsibility, and all of this process in which we accompany the entrepreneurs. We try to make sure that they contain these values so that the project has these differential sustainability-linked values. Once the investors come, this chain, this path, at the end will also have a sustainable component to it. And so if the investment materializes, we realize that what this leads to is investment in sustainable projects. there's a trend towards how things are done. We all have sustainability and we've taken it on board. But in recent years, we've seen them a little bit more concerned about how. And now we're in the ideal place to talk about, for example, governance. We talk about boards of administration. What are they like? Are they balanced? Is there some kind of diversity in these boards that allows decisions to be really taken? Because the how things are done is something that's a concern that's increasingly growing. And of course, for example, Norwegian sovereign funds has removed its ads from Facebook because they've seen that the algorithms on Facebook are forcing youngsters to do things that aren't appropriate. So there is a concern out there in the world, and we are contributing as much as we can so that the world improves. I think that's where concerns lie, governance and humanism. Sonia, your viewpoint. Can you explain a little bit more about what you do? I agree with what Patricia says as well. It's important to have contact with those who finance these funds so that they have this sensitivity. Can you hear me okay? Interpreting with we hear with a terrible echo. We do have some sustainability criteria. We've signed responsibility investment criteria of the UN, and we are guided by Article 8 in the rules of our fund, which says that we need to follow sustainability criteria, and this has its effect and it's measured. I like to think about sustainable and profitable companies at the same time. Of course, we're a fund that wants profitability for our investors, but we've also invested in impact funds that also seek profitability for the investments. We have a B Corp company, and I like what the CEO says of this company. They say they choose between impact and efficiency. We want KPIs and sustainability criteria that monitor and measure impact as part of the metrics that are measured. There are several companies, and we choose because they're great companies that compete on an equal footing with other. Thank you so much, Sonia. That brings me on to my next question. What about major corporations? How can they reduce the problem of needing returns in the short term, but at the same time being to invest responsibly? How can you balance these two? I'd like to have the viewpoint of corporations. How can they balance? Well, the question is, how do you manage the stakeholders that you have in your company? It's by saying, oh, Well, we want sustainable investment, we want short-term investment. What we need is a diverse portfolio with investments with different time frames. Returning to this idea that we have this clear mission of for 2050, when you accept this commitment, your strategy changes completely. What we want is a multi-energy hub so that different things can be processed, including waste as well, and including things that go beyond traditional fossil fuels. To do so, strategy has to combine different projects. In the case of Petronor, which is newest to us, they combine in their strategy 3 types of activities: very short-term activities for efficiency, heat recovery issues, and they invest in that areas. Then medium-term projects in which they can modify current units to increase, for example, the CO2 capturing, and some in the more long term. In these 2 first of them, but especially in the third one, the one in the long term, there's a technology center, and all scientists are thinking about how to develop and validate technologies for the long term. And from the viewpoint of open innovation, what we try to do is to make sure that these long-term activities are executed in a collaborative format. And so diversified portfolios and diversification. In Repsol, how do you do that? Thanks, Sylvia. Adding to what you've explained, and you did that very well, I'd like to say that major corporations, the way I see it, need to work at 2 rates at the same time, at 2 paces at the same time. And the idea is to balance it. The short term, the day-to-day operations, that is to maintain profitability and provide shareholders with an added value. And then the long term, how can we carry on offering value to shareholders and our customers who want new forms of energy? In Repsol, the way we have of implementing everything that Sylvia explained, this transformation of our industrial complexes, by the way, in Bilbao, there's one, Petronor. We do that by supporting entrepreneurs from the outset with our Entrepreneurs Fund, with corporate venturing as well, with the deep tech funds and energy transition and venture capital funds. We have a platform to validate concepts and trial them in our industrial complexes, which is fantastic for all the startups that operate in the clean tech world, for example, with issues of the circular economy. They can approach Repsol and validate their technology. And at the same time, you've got the final part. We act once the technology has been validated and once it's got a certain scale to it. For example, recently we carried operations in which we made alliances to bring raw materials to produce renewable fuels. For example, renewable diesel and renewable petrol, which are now available throughout the whole of the Iberian Peninsula. This is how Repsol operates. And it's difficult, but as Sonia said, I fully support what she says. The impacts need to be measurable, because if they're not measurable, they can't be verified, then they pointless. We need to carry on the path of decarbonisation for 2050. And so 2050 is your target then? Yes. Thank you. I wanted to share a real experience because we work a great deal with Chinese suppliers, and they are increasingly further away from city centres, and they have to meet the regulations of the government. The government monitors them, and they have to invest in green energy whether they like it or not. If they don't do that, they are fined, and that will close their business. So for me, you have to be very careful about the short term, because if you're able to buy machines and adhere to the government's legislation, then do so in the long term. We also need to realize how this technology can benefit us. Many companies export to Europe, and they don't only have to meet Chinese regulations, but European standards. So we buy machines that are environmentally friendly. Thank you, Angela. We're talking here about investment at the end. Investment needs a return, whether it be sustainable or not. If we add the adjective sustainable, it has to be a sustainable return as well. So if this sustainability comes from the boards of administration of major corporations, with independence of the size of the company, if the boards of directors take this on board, then we're making a step forward. We have the necessary tools. We have ESG criteria. We have SDGs as well. And we have a framework, an environment that encourages all of this. But what I think we need is the commitment from management teams, from boards of directors, because we shouldn't fear innovating in sustainability. Of course, in the same way that we accept in organizations processes and ESG, I think we're still lacking the possibility of integrating naturally all these innovation processes in a sustainable environment. As Sonia said earlier, these are processes which have an impact, are measurable, and can provide results. So what you need is a commitment and measuring results. That's really key if you are talking about sustainable investment. Thank you. We're a little behind on time. Thanks, Yosu. I don't want to go on for too long. And I'd return to Sonia's sentence. If you don't measure it, it doesn't exist. As I work in a organization that has shareholders, then clearly you get information all the time. So you need to measure, as Sonia said, you need to measure, data are there.
Genial, me encanta, es muy corto, perfecto. Y creo que Sonia va a ser igual, porque estamos un poco corto de
Sorry,
tiempo.
we're a little bit short on time, so
Simplemente por no repetir y
just not so as not to repeat. And I think
sí que me gustaría un poco
I
tener.
would like to remember that at the end, this has to be a global commitment. The problem that many funds have in Europe is that we have a view of reporting and what our investors expect from us in the field of sustainability. It doesn't look anything like what's happening in the US, especially more recently. So we need to think at the end of the day that capital is global. Entrepreneurs are going to seek out investors anywhere in the world, and maybe we need to see. Can you hear me okay?
Sí, se oye, se oye.
Perdón.
Yes, we can.
Y creo que tenemos que
And I
tener
think we need to remember this precisely, that
deberíamos intentar
in the end we should
funcionamiento para financiar
all the capital that is used to fund investment projects needs to be aligned on these issues, because it's not at the moment. And what we're seeing are funds
porque tienen un poco
that are having difficulties
mandato
with their financing because they have an impact or sustainability mandate. I just wanted to say that. I wanted to leave that message to share with you finally. Thank you, Sonia. We are all entrepreneurs, and we have to deal what we have. We were going to have more questions. We don't have very much time. We're going to have to leave it shortly. So I just want to ask one final question. What inspiring message could you give to somebody who wants to invest sustainably or who wants to join in the world of sustainable innovation? To finish this panel. I just say collaboration. For me, sustainable innovation requires collaboration, and collaboration is what makes a good idea become something real. At a time of technological disruption, where it would seem that the only important thing is AI and quantum as well, I just want to talk about people, because at the end of the day, it's people that drive everything. Changes for good and changes for not so good. So I'll leave it there. Angela, in China, we have an expression. Which means the best moment to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. So any action that we take in sustainable investment needs to make us think that what we do now will benefit us in the future. As my colleagues said, I think people, cooperation, and yesterday people spoke a lot about talent, specific talent, and relational talent, which needs to be developed. And thanks to that, investment projects will be very successful. So we need to have the cornerstones for successful projects. I talk about co-investment. It's very important wherever you go to be well accompanied, and that you understand the business, and that there are other organizations and entities that also perhaps want to join. So co-investment. Thank you. Sonia. I'd say impactful investment doesn't necessarily oppose ambition. Impactful investors need to be very ambitious and prepared to do important things. So don't say that impact is opposed to ambition. Thank you so much. What an exceptional set of panelists. And I'm going to, as an investor, I invest first in people. Thank you so much. It's been a true pleasure to spend time with you today. I think I now have to hand the mic over to our next round table. Thank you so much, everybody. A warm hand for all our speakers. Thank you.
Hay una foto, si no me equivoco, o... Sí, viene ahora mismo.
Bueno, mujeres poderosas que vienen a esta mesa, por favor, subir. Bueno,
Could the next powerful set of women please come up to the table? Cristina, Yael,
nos va a acompañar
and remotely we're going to have Maria Pia.
Bueno, en esta mesa pues vamos a hablar de blockchain.
We're going to be talking about blockchain at this round table.
Y vamos a hablar
and we're also going to talk
de experiencia.
about experience. We thought it was
nos ha parecido bien, estamos celebrando el 10º aniversario, gracias
good
Teresa.
that we're celebrating this 10th anniversary. So thanks, Teresa, thanks to the university, and thanks to everybody that's made this possible, not only today, but over the last 10 years. And truly, we are celebrating a 10th anniversary. So what we thought, what we do is talk about the past, the future, and the present, of course. I.e., what have we learned over the last 10 years? How we're enjoying now in the world of blockchain, how we're enjoying this situation, how we see the future. So first, I'll introduce you to myself. I'm Maria Parga. I'm a mathematician. I've always worked in the financial sector. I've been lucky enough to lead technological transformation in the finance center. I was a founder, together with several men and women, of La Lastre, a blockchain consortium that was pioneering.
Público-privadas y también la universidad. Y luego en esta última etapa,
and more recently, I've been an entrepreneur. So I've been lucky enough to entrepreneur. I think we're going to hear first from Montse, and then we'll move on with the panel itself. Good morning, my name is Montse Guardia, and here I'd like to congratulate all of the team for the last 10 years of work. 10 years accompanying many, many women. Well done. Many women in all fields of technology, but also taking a business viewpoint and concerned also about social impact. These are 10 years in a field where there are still people who, unfortunately, because they're women, don't have this opportunity. But having this group that is now celebrating its 10th birthday, so that people have, especially women, and can get support and create their own project and return to society. Congratulations, and we'll see you soon.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias a Monse. Y empezamos ya el panel. A ver si se puede conectar María Pía.
Thank you, Monse. We are now going to connect everyone in the panel. Please introduce yourselves. You have 1 minute. My name is Cristina Martin. I'm founder of Usynchro, a SaaS platform that uses blockchain and AI to make more agile international trade. Before this entrepreneurship adventure, I created my own company 23 years ago for international transport. So I was an entrepreneur when we still didn't have the term. And I really have to thank Teresa for this initiative because it has allowed me, amongst other things, to visit the European Parliament, to be able to transmit our questions regarding why you don't invest so much on women, why it is more difficult for us because of our different gender. And I believe she's doing an excellent task in giving us a loudspeaker to be able to transmit all the problems that we face daily, for which sometimes we don't find the path to be able to transmit them. So it's wonderful that we get this opportunity. Sometimes you cannot provide a solution if you don't know the problem. So I, being an entrepreneur at the time, being disruptive with things like blockchain and explaining it to the transport community. And it's a pleasure to be here on the 10th anniversary of Inspiring Women Leaders. Good morning and congratulations for this 10th anniversary. And thanks, Teresa, for all your work and for inviting me one more year to join you. I'm the founder of Token City, which is a company based on tokenization for real assets to facilitate funding of businesses, providing the possibility of opening up to capital with a greater plurality of investors, with more agility and more liquidity for the investors in the input and the inflow and output of capital. It's a very regulated market, as you well know, and Maria knows well, because she's worked in the stock market, and all this universe of the stock market opens with tokenization to many opportunities. In Token City, we've been authorized as an agency to be able to, in a regulated manner, be able to acquire capital and distribute capital globally. And in 2-3 months, we hope before the summer, have the capacity of also being a stock market to be able to provide liquidity to all of these investments. Wow, we have here the world of transport and disruption, the world of the stock market and the financial market with all its regulation. And also on the screen, we have Maria Pia that has just arrived from Davos, a place where, as she just told me, women are not present. So please share your international experience with us. First of all, I will introduce myself. I'm Maria Pia. I would like to thank Teresa and your community for giving me the opportunity of being in this event. Unfortunately, in this occasion, I wasn't able to be with you, but I was with you in Bilbao a couple of years ago. I'm an economist, a technologist, and a token economist. I've provided advice to governments, financial institutions for blockchain technology and business models. And I have some experience, and I'm a good friend of my colleagues there in Bilbao. Do you want me to speak about Davos now, Maria? Well, we have a magic wand. We are now in the present. So let's talk about the experience, because we have here with us many entrepreneur women that understand how difficult it is. But could you please transmit to them what you have learned in these 10 years in a sector that is so difficult as the sphere of transport and the sphere of regulation where it's so difficult to change things. So if you could please share your experience, and also you, Maria Pia, because I met Maria Pia in Chile when we were there with the Inter-American Development Bank, and in fact, she was also a part of this Let's Change Things with a more international vision. Well, when I decided to be an entrepreneur and use blockchain, it was because I defend that technology needs to contribute value to the company. Blockchain was seen regarding cryptocurrency as a technology that was very volatile. It was like a dark world, let's say. But for me, as an international person that has to go through duties, has to declare, but I'm not in the negotiations with the suppliers. I don't know at what price they purchase. So I declare, but I have the same legal responsibility, but I don't have the traceability because I'm not in the business, in the meetings themselves. So when I was, I learned what blockchain mean, how it gives you traceability and that decentralized community where you could be guided without having to be present. I link this to my business. Because if I can provide a traceability in this international transport documents, then I do have responsibility, but I have a backup because I say I've declared this to the customs agency because this is the documents I've been provided with, but I know where it comes from. I know it hasn't been modified. I can do that. And this is something Alastia taught me. I'm a chemistry engineer. I have a technical knowledge, but I got to know about this technology and develop this business case. But imagine 8 years ago to explain blockchain to transport companies. I was that a crazy blonde woman that suddenly wanted to use a technology that sounded to be like cryptocurrency for transport. So they looked at me weirdly, but fortunately I'm part of different associations and boards, and little by little, step by step throughout the years, I've been able to preach in the desert about how this technology was going to come and change everything, how we could move a step forward and evolve in what we had been doing in paper for many years and go to digital. So we created a platform where all this became very simple. So you didn't need to be an engineer to know how to use blockchain. You didn't need to learn how to tokenize everything. You had a digital identity just through a click based on blockchain. And it was like attaching a document to an email, but instead of in an email, it was in a platform, but the technology did everything for you. So little by little throughout these years, we've had different pilot projects, not only in Spain, but mainly in Latin America and in Asia. And they've seen that they save money when they send things, that this goes directly to the EBITDA of businesses, that it makes our transactions more agile. Before we needed credit letters where everyone had to sign them, then you send them to the bank, and then there was a comma missing and you had to go back in the process. Now everything is done digitally, saving costs, money, and I'm having a shorter timeline. So it doesn't seem to be crazy anymore. It was very difficult to achieve in the past, but now it's easy, even though Mr. Trump has made things easy because of the tariffs. Yes, what I've learned throughout these years and talking about the past and my recommendation for entrepreneurs is that when you see an opportunity, if you don't develop it, someone else will develop it. You need to have the courage and pursue your dreams, which is what I've done at the end of the day with the help of all these associations and communities, so that at the end of the day, it's a business. If we're speaking about creating a company, it needs to have a return on investment, positive EBITDA, and it means that technology will help you generate that profit. But I would say is that if you see an opportunity, seize that opportunity. Now there's much more information than when we started 8 years ago. There's more entrepreneurship programs that can support you and guide you. And I'm here if you need me. Thank you. Tell us, please, about your experience and how to make a problem an opportunity. Well, I was trained originally as an engineer. A few years I worked in engineering, and then little by little I started working on technology innovation, and then I started creating my own companies. And that's when I faced the need of being funded. So I started to explore the different available possibilities. And by funding myself, I started to also help other companies to be funded. And in this world of business funding, it's when crowdfunding started to be present. In 2012, there was a new regulation in the US that allowed a regulated crowdfunding. Some of platforms like Kickstarter started to be trendy, and suddenly in 2012, investment crowdfunding was regulated. I explored this and I created a crowdfunding platform in Spain that was regulated. I started to work on this platform, and that's when cryptocurrency arose. And I observed that there were projects, and I saw that in crowdfunding there was new projects in the crypto world that with this technology were attracting a massive capital, and I started to study blockchain technology even more. I said I have a regulated platform, so through this regulation I can acquire this capital, but there's also this other technology that can make this much more efficient. So I'm going to ask the CNMV if I can use this platform for issuance of regulated tokenizations. This was years ago in 2018. And after speaking with everyone, I'm being very insistent. Yes, this is fundamental to insist, because I spoke with all the many lawyers, and many said it was impossible to do this. And I was like, why not? So what have I learned? If someone says no to me, I need to understand why, because if there's a path, it can be done and it contributes with value, it means that there's always the possibility of fighting for it. So CNMV said I could do an issuance whenever so and so. So I did this. It worked. And here I realized that all the infrastructure was missing to really be able to extend this. I remember that one of the first investors was given the token, and he said, I have my token. And he said, I'm the first investors in Spain to have a token, an investment token. And I said, yes. And he said, send me a picture. And I was like, wow, how do I send you a picture of a token? So investors needed to create their wallet. So there were many hurdles for the entrance. And then the token, it can be easily transmitted, but it was really complex. So we decided to develop the whole technology infrastructure to make this easy for any business and any investor. And that's why we created Token City. And then all the working with the regulation to be able to allow that the law says that this token has a share of a company or for it to have the same value, whether it's represented in one place or in a blockchain. That's so and so in Spain now, or how it can be, we can negotiate with these tokens, which has become a reality in Europe. We have 5 markets authorized, and we hope to become so in next Tuesday too. What does this mean? Well, this technology allows you to be more efficient, and therefore the operational cost decreases significantly. So smaller issuances, companies that maybe wouldn't traditionally access the stock market because of costs. It doesn't compensate with this kind of infrastructures can. And also the same thing for investors. They can access directly. So basically, anyone in the world with a phone becomes a supplier of liquidity because they can directly negotiate. So markets are opened up, and it opens the possibility of operating with your wealth and also accessing others to create portfolios and to redirect the investment capacity wherever you want to. Well, we've taken a bit of time, but that was great. Maria Pia, please. Persistence, consistency, and resilience. That is what I learned from the past. In the case of having the possibility regarding regulation and a blockchain, I was able to speak with president, the former president of Chile that unfortunately passed away a few years ago. And that same year, I also met with the president of Argentina, and a collaboration agreement. So these were wonderful moments. We were a group of rebels and crazy people that spoke about sovereign and digital entity, about the currency systems, and there was a high interaction. In fact, I was also linked with Alastra and the Inter-American Development Bank. So these were the big lessons learned. The past was different. We had this aim of creating an economy and a society that were different, and through technology also for many women to be part of the blockchain technology from the different fields, not only mathematicians, but also journalists, women that were inspired by the transparency, and that allows to generate a good design. So that's what I would say is a lesson learned from the past, and how at the time we focused on developing these ideas from the regulatory standpoint, and also with more traditional stakeholders that were quite reluctant. We're really sorry if you're listening to the interpretation, because we hear this lady double. So we're trying to do our best from the booth, but it's not easy because we cannot hear her adequately. Sorry for that. Bear with us.
Escucha, es que no se escucha bien cuando habla María Pía.
We cannot hear adequately when María Pía is speaking.
Hemos visto el pasado y ahora vamos al presente.
The presenter says, we've talked about the past, now let's go on to the present. really, blockchain technology is a technology that requires collaboration from the starting point. But now we need to compete in our sectors. So my first question, now we're at present time. You have here the industry, investors, young people, not so young people, public administration, university. What do you need? If you had a magic wand, what would you say you need to be able to scale up this businesses? What is the situation we find ourselves in now? And let's try and be brief in our answers. In our case, nowadays, for blockchain in transport and logistics, it's the best of time. Trump has us in everyone's minds with a change in tariffs every morning and changing things from one day to the other with different markets being interesting. And blockchain provides the agility. No one doubts that blockchain is great for logistics. And nowadays, we're in the right sector to innovate with technology. So what do we need? Well, we need resources because at the end of the day, and 80% of companies are small. The small companies don't have an IT department nor technology resources. So, or do we help them through programs to be able to evolve and become digitized and be more competitive compared to other markets, or they will be left behind? So the resources for businesses are fundamental. You're speaking about your customers, yes. But what do we need as technology platforms and as startups? We also need backup. And this comes through resources. If there's no resources, it's difficult for this to evolve, even if we are super resilient and even if we never give up in this process. And on the other hand, the administrations also need to be renewed. It's not useful at all to have technologies that can make you go from a paper to digital documents, digital data, metadata, and smart contracts if when you get to a border, they ask you to have a origin certificate that is in red because everything is digital. But if they demand the paper, you have to go through both processes. So you ask yourself, well, when regulation changes, I will digitize myself. So we need to align what is happening in business with the regulation and with having resources to be able to use them. In our case, regarding the adoption of technology in the financial sphere, it's at its start. Everyone saw that there was a great potential, has been slow because there was regulation missing, but all the regulation we have to be able to continue working is in force at a European level. All the different regulatory elements are in place and it starts to be adopted. So what do we need? We need the will, because this whole market needs adoption at a massive level. For example, recently, NASDAQ in the US said that at the end of the year, they will start operating in okay, so the New York Stock Exchange too. So the big operators are tokenizing their assets. So the financial markets are being transformed. We're just at the beginning. And for the rest of entities, stakeholders, institutions, and so on and so forth, to show trust and explore the will of adopting this technology, or at least studying it to bring it to their business models. Okay, Maria Pia, what about you? Let's hope the audio is better now. As my colleagues said, regulatory issues are becoming better. However, I would say that there is a technology upgrade but this has to be present in economy and in the finance world, and still this is not so close. For example, a couple of weeks ago, one of the managing companies talked about one only blockchain. But in this ecosystem, we know that part of the features that allow us to work is the decentralization of systems. So now it's when we need to be stronger to be able to redesign and make this blockchains interoperative so that there's no limitation. Also to be aware that in coexistence with other technologies, even for the financial world, we need to go from speculative assets to assets that are more linked with the real economy. And I think our aim is, and also to inspire through this, because technology is not only to improve processes and be efficient, but also to transform the economy into something that is more sustainable through time. And I insist, this has been an important issue because at the end of the day, this is part of the reason why many people became part and became enthusiastic with this at the beginning. And this is our potential as leaders, and that's our responsibility as leaders too in this sector. Great. So now we go on to the future. In 10 years, we will be back here. And what kind of leadership? How do you see the future? But mainly, we want to speak about how to build the future. What kind of leadership, with your experience and the situation we have nowadays, is needed to be able to build that future? I believe that in the future, one of the challenges, and Maria Pia mentioned this, is interoperability. There's many disruptive technologies that are going to change the way in which we do things, but if we continue building silos, at the end of the day, we will transfer the problem we have in digitization to the digital world. We will have many solutions that, if are not interoperable, will be a big mare magnum at the level of institutions, blockchain. As leaders, we need to be somewhat generous and bear in mind the collaboration we need to have with our competition. So amongst all, we can align and contribute value to our customers with solutions that complement each other. And if they compete, that they are also interoperable. If not, it's going to be terrible. Yes, I fully agree. I also believe with the evolution of technology, we will be in very complex situations where things are very changing rapidly. So in knowledge, you need to have many views of different things. So it needs to be a collaborative evolution, as you were saying. For example, at Token City, we have 150 investors with different profiles. And they are all very skilled, and this contributes with value to the company itself. We need to share know-how because of the complex scenarios we see. Maria Pia, please tell us, now that you've been in Davos, what were they saying about the future and what is this? Well, the future really involves transforming. Even transforming blockchain, because quantum is right there. It was said that in 3 years we would have a quantum very present, and this is one of the things that will be developed. The Fraunhofer Institute estimates that for quantum applications will be deployed in between 3 and 5 years. And this is equal to blockchain technology. Therefore, I think the whole ecosystem should not only collaborate between each other to achieve that interoperability, but also we are at a moment where we need to start collaborating with those that are working on quantum. Because technology would allow generating risks in critical areas like, for example, identity and so on and so forth. So that's what I think we see to achieve, to broaden the collaboration system so that in a consistent manner, what we already have in blockchain is safe and really benefits the whole ecosystem.
We're going to have a panel session on quantum issues. In fact, there's something else that I wanted to add. We're talking about in Davos, which is that everything related to blockchain and quantum is going to be the backbone of financial operations, especially those people working with large companies. It's part of this infrastructure that needs to be contained within the field of interaction. I've spoken to my students about this as well. We apologize, we have a very bad sound from this lady. We've used Falcon SpaceX as a transport vehicle, and in the end, space is a market. We shouldn't forget that. When I talk about space as a destination, people look at me strangely with a strange face, but that's the truth. That's really what's happening. Okay, we're now come to the end of this panel session. So, Maria Pia, I'd like you to just say an inspiring sentence in a brief minute for anybody that's listening to. We need more rebel dreamers that use their energy to redesign this society. Blockchain is the cornerstone, but it's always important to combine it with other technologies for better developments and better solutions. So study. But these days of just studying one thing and that being enough have ended. Don't forget, learning is lifelong. You don't need to know everything, but you do need to know sufficient to have a vision of the future and create it now in the present. Being an entrepreneur, especially if you're a woman, we need more women to lead in the technology sector. I don't know if this is going to be very inspiring, but as I said it earlier, I think you need to keep driving forward and keep going on and on and on. You need to make your place. When you see there's an opportunity, nobody's going to roll out the red carpet for you. You need to keep driving forward and insist. I think you need drive. If you've got a proposal and you feel that you could do things better than the way they're being done, you need to insist. I think collaboration is key. And if you want to go fast, you can go on your own. But if you want to go far, you need to go with somebody. So at the end of the day, you need to collaborate, be open-minded, and never give up.
El resumen, yo creo que es claro, ¿no? Tenemos aquí a 3 ejemplos.
We've got 3 examples, especially these 2 women that here in the room and that have managed to create their own company. I've seen them year after year. They're very resilient. And I don't want to say that you should keep on going on and on and on. It's better to say you should be resilient. Learn from your mistakes as well. Just carry on. And now I'd ask you to open a little notebook, you know, paper and pen, and visualize every year. Prepare like a 10-year diary, and every year write how you see the future and what you think is going to happen at the beginning of the year for that year. Then at the end of the year, write down your experiences, what you think has happened, what hasn't happened, and what have you done? As Ángela said, Ángela,
En chino nos ha dicho es
the Chinese expression, she said, you know, we have the possibility of sowing now something that 10 years from now will be a tree. So I encourage you to follow the example that we've seen and start moving forward for the next 10 years. And now, I think, thank you so much. Please do stand up so we can take a photo, and we'll do what Maria says. In the next 10 years, as I said yesterday, every year we've done new things. We started first year talking about AI, then we added blockchain, and then augmented reality. We had cryptocurrencies, we had quantum computing, now geopolitics, cybersecurity. We've added everything new. Every year we've organized this. And every year we need to learn new things. And I wanted to say we have a problem. We've got a problem, which is our wireless isn't working for those people who are trying to listen to the interpreting. So if anybody can allow people to use their mobile phone. People who have a foreign number apparently cannot hear the interpreting because they...
Can you help them? Can you hear the translation, Christina? Christina? Can you hear the translation? Yes.
This is just me testing that you can hear the translation.
Can you help them to do it in my telephone? Because they ask a validation in Spanish telephone so that they can hear the translation, either Valeria and Barbara.
I'm just going to carry on talking here so that you can test if you can hear the interpreting over.
Otherwise, they cannot connect the Wi-Fi of Deusto. Can you take it? My telephone.
This is just the interpreter testing the sound for those that are trying to connect using a phone.
For the quantum computing, we have 2 people to pitch. They are already here, are they? It's 3 minutes each, and then we will have, if you wish, we after that we are going to have the quantum computing roundtable. So, sorry for this inconvenience. Technology has this inconvenience. A lot of advantages.
I'm just going to carry on talking so that if anybody's trying to connect to the interpreting, they can do so.
Could you present the 2 startups that are providing with her pitch?
Lucia, are you going to introduce the 2 startups? Are we going to... This is just checking. Hello, hello. To see if you can hear the interpreting.
María Pargo and Sara, please. Yes. Bienvenida, welcome. Who has they do for you? Aquí en el atril o con el micrófono.
Bueno, gracias, muy buenos días.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Maria Parco. I'm going to talk to you about a technological initiative. Can somebody help me project the slides?
Bueno, a ver, nuestra empresa es
Our company was recently set up. The aim is to put onto the market these two technologies to apply in anti-corrosion. The company was set up last year, but it's actually the result of over 25 years in R&D in Tecnología, which is a technology center. The first technology that we developed was done so in the 1990s. We then sold it to Praxair, but we carried on working on this new family of products. The second technology you can see on the right, which was patented in 2019, and it's being used in the USA and China. We're just waiting for permission to use it in EU. To understand the economic potential of our initiative, the market, global market for heat protection is around between $12 to $13 billion with an annual growth of around 7%. 75% of the sector is served by high-speed technology and plasma technology, and that's where we want to compete. In the short term, the applications are those applications where we can see a clear differential value. We want to take them onto the market via two business lines. Firstly, we want to license this technology to companies that work in this field. And we also have anti-wear, anti-ultra tough machines that increase the useful life of the tool by up to 40%. And we also offer coating services for high volume parts and for anti-wear applications. In the same line of the short-term roadmap, in our company's growth, we're looking at developing these applications in key to manufacture prototypes, to validate the operating of our coatings. In December last year, Tecnología acquired 42% of our company's capital. We're thinking that during this year, 2026, we're able to offer these coating services, and by 2027, we should have the first licenses in this technology. So with these two business lines, we're hoping to have a return in the next couple of years of around 2 million euros. Something that's important is to get an initial investment of around 1 million euros this year, with a view to be able to invest in our own manufacturing sites and explore other applications which we feel would become available after 2028. I'm technical director. I've been tied to the development of this technology since 2005 in technology. I've also got the support of Enrique Castellanos, who's my partner in the business. He's a mechanical engineer and he also has experience in managing startups. Of course, we have the support of the venture department in Tecnología, and we've managed to attract our main investor as the technical advisor to the company to guarantee that there's continuous innovation in the company. We also have the support of an external advisor with over 40 years of experience in the sector, 35 of them related to Praxair, which is one of the biggest companies in the sector. This has been key to be able to develop our business, the contribution of these external advisors. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for listening.
Bueno, inversores, si tenéis preguntas.
Investors, if you've got any questions, what sort of investment are you seeking for? Yosu, Juanjo, the investors that are in this room, if you'd like to ask anything, we'll give the microphone to you. As I said, yes, we're seeking around 1 million euros to set up our own installations to be able to produce. For the moment, the plan is to use Tecnolia's installations initially, but also to explore other applications. In addition to the immediate applications where we'll get an immediate return from, there are other applications that we'd like to look into, and that requires monetary investment because we need to create prototypes and in this way validate an application, because it's no point just having a small coating. It needs to be upscaled so as to be able to offer prototypes to possible future customers. Okay, we'll carry on talking during the coffee break. Yes, we do have a question. How much are you asking for exactly? Around 1 million euros in this investment round to set up the application process and to develop our own installations. For example, having a sort of a mini production line and a coating cabin, coating booth. I've got a question about how it's applied. You said that these protections are for critical parts. Can they also be used on pipes? We apologize, this lady's not using a microphone. We can't hear her.
Bueno, pues si os parece, seguimos la conversación.
Shall we carry on talking about this later over coffee? And our next entrepreneur is here. Welcome. Sara del Hoyo, the floor is yours.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por
Thank you for offering me this space here. I'm Sara del Hoyo, and I want to talk to you about a project that we've started working on recently, only very, very recently. But I want to explain to you where we are and how we've pinpointed a problem and where we are at the moment. So, entrepreneur, in our case, didn't arise from a brilliant idea nor from a specific individual need, but rather seeing a problem that was increasing every year, and that people were approaching it from different angles, but not holistically. We saw how innovation, the environment, sustainability, and strategy were advancing, progressing parallelly, but they should progress together. And so we asked ourselves a key question. If entrepreneurship is really using this holistic approach, a possibility of giving us a future, we looked at this issue from all different sides, from the environment, and now it's quite clearly, and I'm sure we're all aware of that, we need to have a paradigm shift in the way we go about things if we're going to guarantee a sustainable future for upcoming generations. The idea in this project is that we realized that this wasn't just a need, it was something that was urgent. In fact, so much so that in Europe, they've been promoting increasingly demanding regulations that demands that sustainability be included in all kinds of management. However, organizations require this, see this as a burden, an additional burden to everything they have to do on a daily basis. But actually, we saw it as an opportunity, a real opportunity to strengthen or drive forward sustainable economic growth, something that's in the hands of organizations, and also strengthen competitiveness in a market which we have noticed is now demanding. It's going to be even increasingly more demanding. So by using innovation and new forms of value creation was key to make use of this opportunity. And that's where our project sits. So we set up Maisma Innova with the idea that sustainability could be a tool to promote sustainable entrepreneurship. So we used our technical knowledge to find a solution that could be scalable to more complex environments. So we accompany organizations and businesses to integrate sustainability coherently and to help them assess their environmental impacts and what the critical points are that they should work at the same time as replying to these very demanding requirements that are coming from Europe. All of this takes the shape of an online technological solution that allows you to assess the environmental profile of organizations and businesses, and we include all sorts of metrics such as a carbon footprint, environmental footprint, circularity, critical raw materials, natural capital, and biodiversity, amongst many others. If you use this technological tool, and we think it'll be useful, we really do, we hope it helps you obtain efficiency and also make sure that all data are traceable. I wanted to tell you a little bit about my experience now, how I arrived at this project, which has allowed us to grow a great deal professionally in a very challenging context, because being an entrepreneur in contexts and fields that are emerging, what they require from us is to take decisions with incomplete information, and also not have the complete answers to many questions. So I'd like to finish by saying that this wouldn't have been possible without the ecosystem where we are now. And in Deusto University, and especially Deusto COVID, they've really helped us. They provide us with space, they've accompanied us and provide us with advice, which when you're just beginning is key. And also the support of the provincial government of Vizcaya via BEAS and other mechanisms that they have to support entrepreneurs. That's helped us get as far as we are and help us stand here in front of you now. I just wanted to mention now that entrepreneuring isn't an individual thing. It's something that should be done together. We're seeing that. And also, if we want to guarantee a sustainable future, we need to build things together. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for listening.
So you speak English? I don't speak Spanish. I threaten to learn every year, but I haven't yet. How much money are you looking for investment?
Well, we are not.
You can answer in Spanish.
Okay. No estamos ahora mismo en una fase en la que busquemos.
We're not currently seeking direct investment per se. We've come to a point where we're starting and we've got some support from some subsidies, and we're now not at the piloting phase. We don't want direct investment now. What we're doing is we're getting the support of public and private entities at the moment.
Any questions from anyone? You can ask the questions in Spanish. It's okay.
Sara, mira, tengo una pregunta. A mí me gustaría saber.
I've got a question. I'd like to know what sort of customer profile you have. You working for big corporations, for SMEs, and if you're working for SMEs, are they prepared to use these tools? How do you see that? What a great question. At the moment, our client profile is varied. We work a great deal with major organizations, firstly because the need and the urgency of these is something that's beginning to be demanded from major corporations, and they obviously have more ability because they're bigger, but it's not necessarily a short-term requirement. The barrier that we find with SMEs, and they aren't really part of our client portfolio, they don't normally have either the economic resources or staffing responses so that they could actually meet these demandings. You know, the organization doesn't have its sustainability team, so with SMEs, we usually work via mechanisms that the Basque government offers that are specifically aimed at SMEs. That's how we get our funding from them. But yes, at the end of the day, it's difficult for SMEs to accept this tool, but we need to work on that. Of course we do. Thank you so much. An applause for this entrepreneur. Thank you so much. And now we're going to move on to the quantum computing roundtable. Please, could you sit down? And after that, we'll have a coffee break.
Aitor va a presentar la mesa. Aitor Vergara.
Aitor Vergara is going to chair this session. We're honored to have him with us. And quantum computing has been part of our history with inspiring women leaders, with entrepreneurs and people from academia for many, many years now. Ever since it was just started being used industrially. Anyway, let's hand the floor over to Aitor Vergara. He has something to say. Thank you so much. I don't know if it was 5 or 10 years ago that I was told that we would be in this kind of scenario talking about quantum computing, I wouldn't have believed you. It's a bit like science fiction because future's unpredictable. In fact, quantum physics actually is a very old kind of theory. It's been around for over 100 years, and it was used to understand the microscopic world. It's a very precise technology which allows you to predict things and understand things. And in fact, all of the development of the past 20th century, it's based on quantum technology. Computers, communications are based on quantum development. We're now sort of coming around again. At the end of the 20th century, methods were developed to handle tiny things, very, very tiny things at an atom level. And this allows you to take another step. It allows you to get involved in quantum engineering. And this is what is the cornerstone of what we call the second quantum revolution. There are 3 sides to it. Communication, that is, use quantum states to send communications. It's got quantum sensing to measure things that are very, very tiny or very, very sensitive. And then the third side to it is quantum computing.
In the Quantum Center, that is a research center from the University of the Basque Country, we have research groups working on all these different areas. And presently, we are working on the facilities where we will have the labs for sensors and quantum communications funded by the government of Vizcaya. And of these areas, the best known or most popular is quantum computation. Partly because we have the quantum computer that has been located here instead of in San Sebastian, which is a milestone. The hopes and expectations are enormous. In fact, the quantum computer and the fact that we speak about a quantum computer in itself is a work of human engineering that is amazing. Having created these qubits, being able to manipulate them and manage them in a coherent manner to calculate. That's amazing, but there's an extraordinary long path before us. Obviously, it's not a mature theory. It's a theory in which we all need to intervene. Businesses, the public institutions, universities. So we need collaboration, but also education regarding what is possible, what can be done, what are the main problems that we can work on, because you can do many things, but not absolutely everything with quantum. So this kind of roundtables, this kind of panels are very useful for this. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Aitor, por la introducción a más.
Thank you so much, Aitor, for your introduction. We are speaking about quantum in this panel, and in this event, Teresa, we've spoken about that so many things, but here we are lucky enough to have 4 women that are part of this ecosystem, this collaboration between the university. Yes, me too, but it's them we are listening to. Each one of them is part of the value chain and the ecosystem we are building, because even though technology is still something to discover and there's many things to do, today I want to speak about adoption, what we are doing to adopt and evangelize, and the whole process to convince all players of how this exists and how we need to start working with this technology to interact, because it's something significant. This is a disruption that will affecting all industries, and this is not something I say or this other women say. Europe with the strategies, Spain to the US, China, we're all seeing who has sovereign technology in a quantum. So what I will be doing is first allow the speakers to introduce themselves in 1 minute so that they can explain what is their role in this chain. Thank you, Pilar. Good morning, everyone. My name is Almudena Justo. I'm in the International Quantum Director at Fujitsu. We are a Japanese international company. I'm in the new department of the data center that includes supercomputation and quantum access technologies. And in fact, my task is managing the quantum business and also the supercomputation business and the hybrid between one and the other, and also the development of these collaborations at a European level. For Fujitsu, as a Japanese business, the market, the position in Europe is very important. For Europe, also the collaboration with Japan, and in fact, Japan is included by the European Commission as a country that is working with them, and it's together with another associated country as part of the framework program for R&D of the European Commission to develop these collaborations and joint IPs between Europe and Japan. That is a very significant role in Europe, and you're doing great things here in Spain, which are allowing us to be seen. Yes, at least we try. Hello, my name is Nerea Martiartu. I'm the General Director of Atlantic, which is part of the provincial government of Vizcaya, and we head all the service staff from structure, applications, cybersecurity, and so on of the government of Vizcaya and the 21 institutions that depend. And you ask yourselves, what is Atlantic doing here? Well, beyond providing these internal services, we also received a mandate 5 years ago so that we could have a role as promoters to create an industry of quantum technologies in Vizcaya and the Basque Country. So we are collaborating with all these women and with the rest of the ecosystem. Therefore, we develop a strategy called Be Kind. I'm sure you've heard about it before, with a very clear approach. We focus on application, on industrial use and services. In the 3 families of quantum, that is also with sensors and communication. And we're also working on quantum safe, that even though it's not purely a quantum, it's also a threat from the potential of quantum computation, to which we can provide our response with quantum technologies too. So we have this double role as promoters, and as Aitor was saying, we're investing in the Maria Goiri Center that we developed together with the University Center. We're also collaborating with Almudena, with the Telefonica company, because beyond the computer in San Sebastian with IBM, that is also a partner, Fujitsu in the new center that was opened by Telefonica on Friday here in Bilbao has also created another facility and that Almudena will be explaining later on. With Irene, we have different labs for quantum labs. Unfortunately, someone is not using a mic and we don't get that sound from what that person is saying. So we're not able to interpret her. Sorry for that. And also we have our users, the industry. And if we have time for that, I will go into this later on. Thank you. Hello, my name is Irene Lopez de Vallejo. I'm the head of business development for Tecnalia's Quantum Lab. I work not only with the team working with the 3 areas in quantum, but we also work with diamond technology to develop quantum chips and applications developed on them. We also have a working group that for a long time has been working on cryptographic issues and is also focusing on safety in a post-quantum environment, quantum safe and all these things that you hear about. We all work together because we work with startups, we work with Fujitsu, with Almudena, with Nerea from Lantic. And our role is to promote the adoption in businesses. We work with the industry. That's our task as technology center, because Tecnalia is the biggest technology center in Spain and one of the most important in Europe. And our track record working with the industry is impressive, and I need to mention it, has allowed us in the last 5 years to test these technologies with the businesses and to understand really well something that Aitor mentioned, and that is that we are working on developing those theories and that the CRLs are low, sometimes very low. So whatever we can expect from these technologies is still to be explored. And for me, that's what really excites me. Something else I wanted to add is that this university brings us a wonderful memories, and I see Garbiñe and we graduated together, so I'm having a flashback of what happened at the time when we graduated. Thank you. Hello, my name is Esther Gallego Estevez, and I work for a startup as an quantum algorithms engineer, and in this panel I hope to give you a different viewpoint. Our business is trying to use quantum to solve daily problems, logistics and simulation problems, and we are mainly based on computation. We don't work with communication or sensoric quantum. We are focused on computation, as I said before. And as Pilar mentioned, we are still starting in quantum. A lot has been done, but much more is still to be done. Therefore, we don't only focus in quantum, but in some cases we need to become hybrid. We have solutions that are quantum and classic that complement each other, and nowadays that's how we mostly work. Of course, we're not going to have enough time. As you know, I'm obsessed with adoption because I want to work with realities and results, and I know it's complex, but we need to get started. And I will start with you, Almudena. What are you doing? Can you give me real examples? What are you doing? Could you please brief us on that? Thank you so much, Pilar. Well, we want to develop technologies. We have our own IP, always with public-private partnerships in Japan, but also in Europe. We work with superconductors, with diamond, and also in other technologies. And we also work on quantum inspiration, which is inspiration, and it's quite complex. Each technology with a different approach and developed by us. On the other hand, once we develop the technology, it is also very important for the industry to start using it. What we observe is that big corporates are starting to make their small investments in quantum, and for SMEs, it's much more difficult. So I want to celebrate the good initiative of Nerea Atlantic of really providing support to the industrial ecosystem to start working with quantum. I believe this is fundamental, and I always repeat this every time I have to speak in public, because I believe it's very important, not just to say, well, there's still a lot to be done in quantum, because it's here already. This is something that is going to be fully disruptive. Companies that start to work with quantum before will have a competitive advantage that will be very significant, and therefore it is important to support these companies. And I always say this, the public sector should support these companies, and in this case, like Atlantic is doing, so that they learn. And now going to your question, Pilar, are we working with businesses? Yes, with the digital annealer that has been installed for the first time here by Atlantic in Bilbao. Not still, but we will do it. So what is this technology? It's a technology of a quantum inspiration with a classic machine, but it's a program as a quantum way of working. It can start to develop real cases with some cases scaling and others not. We should say that it's not inexpensive, but it will democratize in the future. And on the other hand, why is this interesting? Because they start to develop quantum algorithms, and it's available. And whenever there's a quantum computer that can provide solutions to their problems, this can be brought with a code line, which is easy. So as soon we will be able to migrate all these algorithms in an easy manner. Those that haven't done so will take 2-3 years to be able to develop this.
No pretendo meter FOMO al tema, pero sí que es cierto que lo que dices, Almudena, es importantísimo.
So what you're saying, Almudena, is so important. This is not something you can do from overnight. And for businesses, any disruptive technology issue to be able to be introduced is a pain in the neck at the end of the day. So we need to do our homework, and not because I say it, it's already happening. In the case of Almudena, it's already happening. So I would like you to, Nerea, give us our view of what these companies are doing, because it's many of them. I'm going to be a bit like the Grinch today with 2 issues that I really like to clarify. One, right now it's a technology or a series of technologies for a select group, and there's many that in the future will be part of embedded systems, so no one will be aware of this, as it's happening right now with many things. And yes, I believe we need to achieve this long term. So that's the objective. So not everyone has to prepare or have quantum teams, but big corporate companies with more complex systems need to ask themselves, do I have any pain points with questions on multivariable complex questions with more than 100 items? If the answer is yes, then you have done nothing up till now. You're late and you need to get started. So that would be, I believe, the first premise. The first thing we need to focus on. Where can we find the opportunity nowadays as we understand the technologies and are developing them nowadays? This on the one hand. On the other hand, something that I thought also mentioned before. In many institutions and specifically in the public administrations, there are many issues that with automation, not even with AI, with automation and some agents, things that can be robotized and automated, and that's enough. So to be able to cross the Deusto Bridge, you don't need a Ferrari. And for many things, you don't need quantum technologies as we understand them nowadays. However, there are many things that automation and AI don't provide an answer to. So I believe we need to identify these two elements so that the results that we obtain allow quantum technologies to grow and not make us not believe in them. And this is something that has happened in the past with other technologies. When we try to apply them and we're not adequate, not in the adequate places, then you don't believe, you end up not believing in them. So that's the two premises. So now, what about the situation nowadays? No one doubts that the public administrations and institutions need to invest in airports, roads, hospitals, and brick and mortar infrastructures. But what about infrastructures and digital infrastructures? These are the real competitive elements nowadays without forgetting about the others. So, and I believe this path is not fully understood. However, the Vizcaya government at the highest level has understood this very clearly. And this is one of the blocks that we've been focusing on. So now there's more than 14 quantum computation infrastructures that the ecosystem can access to. For example, Tecnalia, quantum, Tecnalia, in the case of Fujitsu, it has another role. And with you, we collaborate in a different way. But we all profit, and Fujitsu is contributing and also with different technologies. So there's access to this whole marketplace of computation infrastructures. On the other hand, also the initiatives of the labs. If we're speaking about sovereignty, the Draghi report, and so on and so forth, without investment, I don't understand sovereignty. So this block of investment in infrastructures has been relevant. The second part would be that of skilling. And here with the different universities, technology centers, and businesses, for some years now, we've tried to bring together the industrial world with the scientific world, because still this technology is difficult. It's not industrialized. It continues to be part of the academia. So having a less distance between these two worlds is something important for us. If not, it won't be able to be industrialized in practice. So that's the second part. And in fact, the Deusto University has a program, the Mondragon University 2, with Urduliz 42 and Telefónica. We're also focusing on different training resources. And there's all the different skilling options at an industrial level. And then thirdly, we have startups that accelerate the possibility of having open innovation together with businesses, because for businesses, sometimes it's more difficult to say to your board, you need a 20, 30 people team for a technology that doesn't have immediate profitability. Therefore, we started to work on how to work with a startup, how to encourage them. We started with a proof of concept and encouraging the startups in quantum. And in our system, we have now around 15, 16 startups with these three, working on these three technologies that might seem very few, but there are quite a lot at world level. And also derived from these assets we have on the table, We also have other startups created in other environments that have transferred their teams, or with whom we've created a closer relationship in the ecosystem, like the Quantum Center, for example. And fourthly, we have applicability. In this case, we launched a program after working with a startup on how to work with businesses. And we have 12 cases of big corporate businesses. I don't know if I can say the names, but I'm going to talk about the sectors in which we are working, because we're almost at the end of this process, and I don't want to say the names, but we are working in the spheres of banking, pharmaceuticals, aeronautics, logistics, port logistics, and so on and so forth, medical digital therapy sphere, and what other fields? Energy, different kinds of companies, oil and gas, and utilities. So there's a diversity that I believe in a year we will see results of these projects. And moreover, what we've achieved in the way in which we've designed the program is that the access to infrastructures is covered, knowing that as they are expensive infrastructures, so we have the access. We also have access to skilled staff. They don't need to just go out there and find them. And the businesses can each experiment with their level of maturity. Yes, because that's true. Each business has its own momentum and situation where they need to work on those use cases that they've identified. And now we will start with experimentation. Yes, that would be the 4 elements. Yes, it makes sense. That's a way of creating an ecosystem, a real ecosystem that is up and running. Irene, tell us from Tecnalia, what is happening? Well, they've explained things really well with wonderful initiatives. And I was like, now it's my turn? What do I say next? At the end of the day, we're speaking about value chain. I listened to Almudena, and we work with Fujitsu in so and so. And I was listening to Nerea, and I was thinking how our systems are collaborating in different points of the process. The presentation of the colleague, I don't remember the name of the company, in startups, that said that Tecnalia is working with startups. Well, this is something we are focusing on. They also mentioned applicability and industrialization, and we are very much involved in these processes. As a technology center, we do technology knowledge transfer. We work with universities, and then we try to help people in the technology maturing process with startups from the quantum standpoint, which is my role. What we do is to understand at what point of the technology roadmap do they find themselves as startups, and how can we help them in the best way possible with different processes that can be put in place, and that sometimes mean equity acquisition, and others take different paths. So we are working at low levels sometimes, but we have to be very flexible. And I'm looking at Esther, because we work with them, and others in the Behind system that are doing great things. It's not the same to work in computation and optimization that in sensorics. You need infrastructure that is being created. You've talked about Maria Goiri. This is a game of collaboration, I would say, specifically at this point for the technology. When everything is very mature and embedded and you don't see it, it will be something different. It will become something different. Now all stakeholders need to collaborate. The ones here, investors, startups, technology centers, universities, government, big corporations, businesses of all kinds. This is something that we have to do together. What is Tecnalia doing? Supporting this process of industrialization, say it could be translation, skilling, capacity building. It's not the same to work with a big industry that has a team that is able to absorb this know-how and put it and implement it. As you said, Pilar, we are obsessed with going from the pilot projects, from it being a toy to something that I love, and someone will repeat technology tourism. Let's stop with technology tourism and do things that are real. We will be speaking about this later. And I also wanted to mention that in this field, we need diversity understood, as Nerea has mentioned, but also diversity of profiles. I am a sociologist. That's the first thing I studied. I then studied other things, and I also had an interesting life, I will tell you in the coffee break. But people need not only to understand technology, but how to work in business processes, how to manage, how to make it more practical, and something that I don't believe we'll be speaking about today, but training, capacity buildings, degrees, and also a VET, vocational training, and university training, because you need people that manufacture the machines, not only a chemist or a physicist working on algorithms and working with this classical algorithms. So I could go on and on, but what for? Maybe it's better we give the floor to Esther.
And I think you should perhaps concentrate on a different area. There are lots of challenges here. And it's a very complex issue. How can we convince people of this technology? That's going to be tough and long. And in general, our ecosystem globally is very fragmented. There's huge complexity. And then skills. How are you dealing with this? Talent's the cornerstone of any technological revolution. I agree with you. First thing I want to do is to demystify. As Irene said, you don't need to have a PhD to get involved in quantum physics. It's a discipline that includes lots and lots of people. People that you would think have nothing to do with quantum physics are absolutely necessary. So it's not just a matter of being very good in your specific field, but also your ability to collaborate. That's key. It's also true that there are other, perhaps more technical skills, which is to translate logistics problems, other problems into a quantum computer. It's not like classic computing. You need to give the computer some specific guidelines to solve problems such as cubes, Hamiltonians, which are logistics problems which need to be operated on. As I said earlier, this hybridization that you get with quantum computers and classic computers, it's not sufficient just to be able to program classic computers like we used to do. You need to learn also how to introduce these programs and commands in quantum computers. And it's really, really difficult to make this link between the technical world and the business world to translate, for example, and we see what sort of loyalty, fidelity, what sort of reliability of the ports in a quantum computer. If we don't have these links, we're never going to move from the expectations that we have of quantum computers to their ability to solve problems and their use. Clearly, if we don't solve a problem, and we have to solve problem, that's what we need translators for. And those of us that are in business need to understand this. So here that you've got a huge amount of collaboration that's necessary. That's why at the end of the day, I don't need to know how things should operate, but the scientific teams do. That's been a bit of a stopper until now. This is a barrier that we need to overcome. We need to do that via education and via communication. There are 5 women talking here and we're almost out of time. So next year, what would you like to be saying at this panel session next year? Where do you think we're going to be next year? I'd love to be able next year to have a quantum advantage. I don't think we're going to reach that. It's been said that by 2030, which is just around the corner, we'll have a quantum advantage. Well, if we can't get that by next year, I'll be happy that there'll have been technological progress and progress in the adoption of this technology so that we can carry on progressing and also for people to carry on investing, because otherwise we won't go anywhere. We need investors. And they need to carry on concentrating on this and to develop this technology. I'd like to repeat this event, to be able to explain more about the results that these 15 companies have obtained. And hopefully at least 5 of them will have created a business unit dedicated to quantum issues in their boards. Because otherwise we're going to have barriers that have been already pinpointed by the European Commission. I'd like the concept of technological tourism to become a trending topic. But seriously, I'd like the same as Nerea and Este. And this is actually a personal challenge and a promise. I'd like technology to be the first technology center to work with a quantum company. We apologize, we have a very bad sound in the booth. And more optimization. I think that what we have to do next year is, by next year, change the way we ask questions. Because it's not just a matter of finding replies, but it's a matter of seeing your businesses and how these technologies can help you. That's what I'd like to see a year from now. I'm going to make two requests. Well, firstly, I support everything that my colleagues have said. They're right. But I want to add a couple of things. The first is related to the technological side of things, which is what I'm most affected by. And I'd like this standardization to improve. What do I mean by that? We have many different quantum technologies. As Nerea said, we have IBM that uses one kind of architecture, and Fujitsu that's a different kind of hardware, but we don't have a realistic benchmark that allows us to compare them with each other. So we need to put some figures on the table and really have neutral, universal metrics that allow us to choose as end users what sort of algorithm, what sort of computer is best for me as a company or as a user. The second issue is related to talent. I'd like to see that not only businesses are interested in quantum physics, but also youngsters, and especially women. And to know that a technology doesn't have to be completely perfect to start working on it. And I think quantum physics is moving forward slowly but surely. So let's start getting our teeth into it and not being left behind. I think there's an opportunity already. We don't, at a European level, we don't need to wait. Which are platforms? The interface between platforms and software. I think there's an opportunity. This gap that you've just described, is that what we in Q Center are doing? And of course, that's necessary. Well, we're all working on this, but it's really, really important as well. One nuance. When we broach any technology, we have to remember that companies need a business case for any technology. It has to have an impact on their balance sheets. We need to be able to convince them that this is here and that the revolution of quantum is here. And anyway, that's the end of this panel session. I hope you enjoyed this.
Bueno, pues yo ahora presento.
Okay, now I'm going to introduce you to Roundtable 6, which isn't necessarily important, but it's entitled Building the Future of Cybersecurity. So I'd like to invite the speakers from this table to come up. Sorry, we're going to have coffee first.
Pues no, perdonad, chicos, vamos al coffee.
No, sorry, I apologize. We're going for coffee now. Quarter of an hour, that's all. Thank you.
vamos a ir sentándonos.
Let's please take our seats.
Sí. Yo voy a empezar a presentar la próxima mesa, la de ciberseguridad.
I will now introduce the speakers in the next panel, cybersecurity, a complex issue that we will be learning a lot during this discussion. If you don't know me, I'm Natalia Dominguez. I am part of the We Want Startup community, and I'm in charge of the technical secretariat and communication. When Teresa, a few years back, invited me to collaborate in the second Inspire Women's Leaders in the headquarters of Repsol, I very quickly said yes, as I thought it was a great opportunity, and we've been working for 10 years. This is the 10th edition, so Teresa, thank you for trusting us. Inspiring Women Leaders does not only organize this type of conferences, we also give awards. This year, we've given 15 awards. We promote scholarships and training for future entrepreneur women, amongst many other things. We know that diverse teams complement each other. We are innovative and complement each other, as I was saying. So spaces as this are very important to create networks and collaborate amongst us. This community that is now 10 years has a long path to continue progressing together. Thank you. Maite will be the moderator. Maybe I should leave the mic here.
Bueno, pues cuando nos digas.
Whenever you tell us we can start, we will start. Is everyone ready? Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be part of this forum and to share this panel and the challenges faced by businesses in cybersecurity. I'm Maite Carli, head of communication of the Industrial Cybersecurity Center, known as the CCI, and I'm specialized in the industrial field, but I hope I can also contribute to this panel. And I hope it's really interesting. I would now like to introduce the speakers, but I believe what's best is for you to introduce yourselves and to explain what you do, as we have diverse profiles. I would like to start with you, Nekane. Can you tell us about your background, the company you work for, and what's your role in that company? My name is Nekane Muguruza. I work as a project operation manager at Iron Chip, which is a cybersecurity manufacturing company. We are based on a technology core, and from that technology core, that is localization through waves. It sounds quite epic, but that's what we do. And Gardner calls it location intelligence. So you can get more information of what we do. With this technology core can be applied in many spheres, but in Iron Chip, we've detected two areas. One of them is digital identity. So we focus on identifying the people, the services in companies. So we are an authenticator like the one in Microsoft, but advanced to explain in simple words. And something else that is very interesting has to do with fraud, banking fraud, but also applied to casinos and other fields. And with this, wave location, we detect anomalies in behavior as we detect fraud in banking. That's a bit what we do. Thank you, Negane. Pilar, please. My name is Pilar Prieto. Thank you for inviting me. And as you see, I belong to the most traditional sector. I'm now MásMóvil and Durante are working together. So I'm the GRC Cybersecurity Director. We consider ourselves a tech company, and it's an honor to be surrounded by entrepreneurs because I have a traditional background, always working in telecommunications, and now in this passionate world of cybersecurity. Now it's become part of our daily work, and we protect our assets in the traditional manner, our network. But what concerns us mainly are the assets and data of our customers. Thank you. Welcome, Pilar. Oscar? Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me the chance of being here. I have very good memories of the Deusto University. We've done great things together. I represent NIMES, which is a company in Bilbao. We now define ourselves as AI to protect us from AI. It's a platform that can find sensitive data and to protect it with many techniques. Not only to erase them, but to substitute them through codes and other synthetic data. We've seen a big rise of the use of this kind of protection to be protected from AI that can be friendly, but also our enemy. So we have the capacity from our technology generation, we have ownerships, we have the patent, and we've been using AI since we were created in 2020, and before this being so well known and fancy. We were already doing things with AI. Sometimes we don't sell it very well because there's others that are better known, but we are here in our cave protecting data with many customers, not only in the public sphere, but also in the IBEX, in the private sector, outside Spain, internationally, also recently in the US. So it's a pleasure to be here and to be able to discuss with all this talent we have here today. Welcome, Oscar. I'm going to have take your number because it's going to be very useful for me for AI. Hello, my name is Maria Penilla, Managing Director of CIUR, which is a foundation, the Industrial Cybersecurity Center of Guipúzcoa, focused on industrial cybersecurity. As I was saying, we're a public foundation pending of the Guipúzcoa government, and we've been helping our companies with cybersecurity. Some years ago, the Guipúzcoa government understood that the industry was the one most contributing to our GDP, and therefore we knew the industry was going to go through different digitization processes, and we understood cybersecurity was key and strategic, and that our companies needed support. And thanks to this, we have different services with which we continue. Great part of our time we dedicated to a key element for these SMEs. And then we have many experimentation practical projects where we try to contribute with value to our businesses. Always encourage them because if they have any doubts or questions or any project on cybersecurity, to count with our support. We always try and find a way of helping them. In fact, you're also a reference not only in Guipúzcoa, but also in the industrial sector. CIUR has collaborated with other institutions, and you are a reference. Carlota, Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here today, and thank you for inviting me. I'm the CEO for World Alerts, and what we do is to detect a real risk in real time. So everything we've been talking about regarding geopolitics and so on and so forth, we work on in real time, monitoring with AI to be able to provide companies or different organizations the intelligence in real time of what is happening in real time, from a change in geopolitics to a massive attack or a change in a border, so that they can make the best decisions in real time. Welcome. Welcome, all of you, all the women, and Oscar too. So let's start with the first question for this panel, so that you can all give us our view. What is for you the biggest challenge regarding cyber security? Do you believe it's more a problem of technology, talent, corporate culture? Because it's also different to adapt to new technology and changes. Carlota, maybe you can start. There's two big challenges. One of them is suppliers. There's big companies that are sometimes well protected. They have many tools and systems. But what is happening? There's something we need to protect here. And something else is that the most we protect, more information we're generated, and we have an overload of information, because really what warnings or threats are real? How many of them are real? How many do we need to pay attention to? So there's also a challenge in prioritizing what is really important to focus there and not affect our teams and not overwhelm them, say, with so much information. Yes, Maria. It is true that challenges are very different for SMEs or corporates. We're close to the SMEs because we believe are the ones need more support. But amongst the different challenges for security and IT departments, well, one of the challenges is governance of the cybersecurity environment they have in front of them. We have geopolitics, that each and every day is a part of our job. Geopolitics is part of cybersecurity and needs to be managed. AI that has come to make us crazy, because the feedback that we receive is that it's very overwhelming. In fact, the other day, someone from IT in a company with a certain age said, it's the first time in my career where the users ask me to incorporate technology, when usually it's us who are pushing for that. And the problem that many IT departments have is that it's impossible to stop this wave. AI is used by the users without the organization being aware, nor the IT department, without being able to assess risks and to manage the data behind. So it's now time to continue working, and CEOs, directors of different departments are also putting pressure on IT departments with no control, with no data management, and with no governance, as I was saying. So the big challenge is to stop and be able to manage all of this, being aware of the variable of data, being aware that AI, it's an exponential growth of risk for the organization in general terms, and being able to also be aware and making aware and raise awareness in the users of the risks. If we're going to use for absolutely everything, we need to be aware of these risks too, and also being aware as heads of cybersecurity that we need to be aligned with the business strategy. We need to be very close to the business and be able for our board to be aware of the value that we contribute with and that we are very much aligned with the business strategy, as I said before. So the big challenge for me would be governance. Oscar? Well, my view, and I fully agree with what Maria and Carlota have just said, basically, it's not a technological problem. It isn't. The technology is out there. There's even too much. At least that's how I see it. And I love technology. Let's be clear about this. But it's not a technology problem. It's a problem of priorities, as Maria pointed out, as well as Carlota. Attacks are not attacks to a specific environment that our firewall can stop. It's an attack to data. And data is not an asset that is perfectly limited in its governance. Therefore, we need to know what are the critical flows, which ones are not, to know where the critical data is, which is the sensitive data. People are not going to try and steal prepositions. They want data that has value. And data sometimes, and more with time, it's not in a defined and limited environment, but it's in cloud environments, in suppliers coming and going in flows between applications and so on and so forth. So it's something that is not as simple, but necessary. The governance of data is key for me nowadays to know where I have what and for what reason and what I can use and not wherever I am. From our standpoint, it's also a problem that is not only related to IT, but to the business as a whole. IT historically has been the supplier of cybersecurity solutions. But as Maria was saying, clearly businesses or the companies are demanding things that they need to be competitive in the market. And that's the decision-making process. So what we do is exactly that, to find data and protect it so that there's no problem when you use it wherever the environment. Sorry to interrupt you, Oscar, because data is not always the first thing that you want to obtain. It's not the data, but to use it for something else later on. I'm speaking about a phishing attack, for example. The data that we share even in social media, CEOs or staff that share data that we think is not relevant, but that can later on be used for an objective that could have worse consequences. Well, this question could allow me to speak for hours, but it's not a technology problem. It's a problem of prioritizing. The organizations need to prioritize and manage and govern their data, and it's a problem that entails or involves many departments. It's a business problem as a whole. Pilar? I agree with everything that my colleagues have just said. Our approach or our big challenge in our organizations from small to big is that, first of all, we have this sense of security and of being protected, because it is true that in technology, in mass orange, we are very much protected. But the challenge is the people that make up the ecosystem of the company. First of all, our employees, this false sense of safety, this staff member that uses AI because we want to enhance AI. But sometimes technology goes beyond us, but cybersecurity has to reach out to absolutely everyone, employees, developers, the cyber network or network is or what we supply as a network. So everyone in the staff need to have this motto of cybersecurity, and of course our supply chain with the small and the big, and of course the value of our ecosystem, which are our customers, to whom we also need to provide with tools and means. So
nos pone en una posición de que está...
In cybersecurity, we see that this is a concern not about another company, but about how it can affect us. Wow, big challenge. What about you? Well, yes, what all my colleagues said is true, but something else I observe in my daily job, because I meet with many customers, is that even though we all speak about cybersecurity and are very aware and so on and so forth, I always see that the IT teams, specifically in the public administration and this kind of organizations, the IT team is made up by one person. So how important is cybersecurity really? We need real awareness. The teams are really small. One person cannot face all the threats. The wave is going to be present and is going to get to us. So the challenge is, let's concentrate on, yes, of course, IT is important. And yes, what you said is really true. The business is very important, as well as the suppliers, as Carlota said. That was the first thing I had in my mind. But I see this each and every day. They are very small teams. And also, something else my colleague Pilar said, I would nuance this with training, to train the staff of what they will have to face and to really train them. Not a course, we do a test and that's it. That's not training. We need to evolve in training, and this is another big challenge to progress in the training that we provide. Yes, I fully agree. In fact, in businesses, they have the awareness of the risk existing and of there being a technology that is useful to protect us. But if we really don't know about this, if we're not aware, this person that you're saying sometimes doesn't even exist, and this person has to juggle everything and do everything for the company and then suppliers. Yes, we will go into that too. That's a big challenge, and there's still many things to do, even though in the industry we've progressed. But yes, all organizations should give it the importance that it really has. Now let's continue in this case, and I continue with you, Nekane and Oscar, because of the question. What is the real impact of AI, generative AI, in the scenario of threats and also in defense? How do we defend ourselves? From my standpoint, we all know that AI generative exists. Everyone knows what it is, and it's a revolution in our lives in general terms. But at an organization level, this is also a revolution regarding the attacks. Now everyone receives phishing emails. Everyone receives ransomware. And regarding this, well, 2 years ago, and 80% of businesses would access to pay for that. Now we've gone down to a 20%, and this is also thanks to generative AI. So everything has evolved. Generative AI allows us to have a context that we didn't have before, as Oscar said before. And this is what they do. They analyze a great volume of data. And with this, we have attacks that are more targeted to each and every one of us. And of course, we also have the deep fakes. It is true that we've done testing of this kind of things, and suddenly my boss, or I'm seeing my boss, and it wasn't my my boss or the CEO of the company. So what it does is to make these threats more sophisticated. And with this kind of simulations, we've learned this. But we're trying to maintain the rhythm of these threats. Sometimes I have the feeling that we are behind, we're lagging behind, and we specifically as well as with generative AI to create the threats. We also apply this to defending us. We analyze the data and we detect the strange behaviors, as I explained before. And this situation allows us to use this in our businesses, which is what we all do. And in our case, generative AI has helped us to create more real environments, like the honeypots. And many attacks are going to these real environments and not ours. And from there, we can extract data and see how we can solve our environments, our real environments. So there's a double edge there with generative AI. And we need to progress and try to do things before we receive the threats. In the industrial sphere, with the deficit of profiles needed for certain actions, we see that AI is also being very helpful to be able to counterattack those threats and move forward in a positive manner. So it's not as bad as we see it. Oscar, what is your vision regarding this? Well, this is what Nekane just said. Generative AI has to do with skill. What you're doing wrong gets worse, and what you're doing well gets better.
I mean, there are several things here. Some are external and others are internal. What I see is how important data governance is. There's a lack of data governance, and I say that because you as a company have two options. Either use AI and provide it, or the AI is going to be used by your employees, their AI. And I'm seeing that in other markets that are not European necessarily, but in Europe as well. That is, those companies don't use generative AI, they're using competitiveness. And remembering that projects are actually losing out because they've not done things. A generative AI project doesn't get an ROI in the short ROI in the short term. So, and people are issuing thousands of generative AI licenses and they don't even know what for. But you need to do your initial work. You need to have internal knowledge of flows, which data are critical, which are not, what sort of risks are you taking on board if you use these tools, minimize that risk. And then the other side of risk is to protect, but you need to use it. You need to get involved, otherwise you're going to be left out. Now we're talking more about productivity fields, documentaries, etc. But very, very quickly we're going to reach some productivity areas. And there's going to be AI teaching AI. Things are moving very quickly. If you're not there, you're just losing competitiveness as a company. But you need to take a step forward. You can't have your company's users that are using AI from somebody else. We need to protect from this. We're protecting companies because we know what's out there, and we know that generative AI players are non-European companies, so that even though they ensure that your data is safe, you as a company, a European company, you cannot put third-party data into these kinds of things. So you're losing your competitiveness, and others are doing this. That's where we work. We say you have to do everything, and we protect you. That's the one thing. Internally, we're AI by default. What do I mean by that? Our technological core is AI-based, with components of the LLMs. There's no magic recipe for this. We don't use this for our technological core. I can completely deploy that for my technology that's based on the same technology. However, everything that's not in my technological core means that I'm using IBM's AI because it makes me more competitive. I do things more quickly and better. So we feel that you still need to have your background work done. Data governance is critical. Otherwise, don't get involved. But you need to accept you're losing market competitiveness if you don't use AI. AI projects need to be based on long-term views. There's not going to be a clear return on investment until a lot of initial work's been done. So it's a risk that we always have to accept. For me, it's a scaling issue. Whether you scale for good or scale for bad, it's up to you. Oscar, let's move on to the next question. And maybe Maria Pilar, and you can reply once again. How can companies measure where they're investing in cybersecurity well? So there's all this technology about their technology solutions. What should I prioritize? Where should I begin? I think we're clear that cybersecurity at the end is a risk and needs to be managed as a risk. And you need to manage it continuously. We need to classify really carefully what risks the company have a clear list of those risks, what they imply, how we manage them. And beginning along the path to cybersecurity is beginning on a continuous circle. We're talking about AI, it's already here. Quantum is here. It's a huge revolution in cybersecurity. We're talking about deadlines that are a lot shorter than we think. We're going to reduce the deadlines for quantum. We thought it was going to be here by 2030. It's probably going to be here before then. So cybersecurity in that sense is at a huge important stage. So cycles need to be shorter, business cycles need to be shortened. So we need to have a cybersecurity plan, continually assess it, and the only way to assess whether we're doing things well or not isn't just thinking if we don't have a cyber incident, then we're doing fine. That doesn't necessarily mean you're doing things well. So we need to define KPIs in the actions that we define in our cybersecurity plan and measure. They need to be quantifiable KPIs to reassess these KPIs every so often, see where we are, see whether our situation in cybersecurity is improving or not. There are many market technologies that allow us to measure our cybersecurity situation, and this is a continuous thing that we need to take a fresh look at continually. The supply chain is another thing. Pilar, in Mass Orange, there's the budget issue. That was the question, yeah, the budget. I'm fully on board with what Maria's just said. We need to define the clear indicators that measure our cybersecurity situation. You may have an incident, you may not, crises may pop up or not, but you need to detect things. In the investment in cybersecurity should actually be zero, because cybersecurity should actually be in everything. It's part of all our budgets. So we need, when somebody makes a product, when they think how they're going to evolve the network or how to launch a new business that somebody's already thought of, they need to have this budget embedded in their projects. Otherwise, we're never going to go where we need to go. in the same way that we need to have all our employees aware of cybersecurity and be trained in it, it needs to be included in everything that we do. It's the team, the business, the company that has to have cybersecurity included in all their processes. How do we measure this? I don't know if we need to have a lot of budget in cybersecurity. Probably that means that you've got a problem with your cyber, because there's a lot to be done. But at the end of the day, it's clear indicators that need to evolve with our technology, because sometimes we have indicators from a different era, which might be last year. When I talk about another era, that's what I mean. So everybody needs to have at front and center of mind the issue of cybersecurity. This is something that I harp on about continually. Oscar, thank you, Pilar, for that. I fully agree. Maria mentioned it, and Pilar as well. I need to know what data are critical and what flows are going to be handled there to assess risk that is attached to if we lose them, if they're exposed. This has to be quantified. And as you mentioned, a couple of concepts. One is by design, the idea of by design. Here, there's a cybersecurity department, and there's also an innovation department. They shouldn't really exist, either of them, because all fields of company need to innovate. There's no point in just patching things over. The same goes with cybersecurity. It's by design. That needs to be included. So let's go to the source. There's no point. We can't trust people because we're little people. We might have a bad day. But this isn't a matter of simple phishing now. You can't know everything. Of course, you need to train. But times are getting quicker. And this is automatic. Millions of emails. So you have to have systems by design. Of course you do. That's what we do in IMIS. I go to companies and say, oh, I know your co-workers are great, but I wouldn't trust them. And you shouldn't trust them. Technology is now beyond us. We need to raise people's awareness, detect certain things. This is a matter of volume. And this needs to be something that's included by design. Well, we need to remember that we don't always know that we're doing something wrong. There can be a human mistake. I'm not talking about negligence. No, that's a different matter. I'm saying that a person that works in cybersecurity and is very aware is going to fall. So what can you do with this? For when you've... Anyway, it's unbroachable. What do we see by design? And by design, coming back to the issue that's been raised, it's investment. All new systems, all flows should include either option structures, architectures that give us this security. And a percentage of saying, oh, this is the risk that our company or our sectors is prepared to accept. You can't do it any other ways. Because a data breach is a really serious problem. There are corporates in the room, and you need to know that things happen. It's not just... And you pay a lot for it. If you're in the stock market, in the IBEX, if you need to know what's happened, the value of this, you're talking about thousands of millions. There's millions of clients. You see emails of this all the time. Plus the reputational harm. Your customers are already aware of these kinds of things. I don't... You need to have a utility that uses methods or security standards, for me, is that sufficient? Yes. If not, I'll go to somebody else. So it is a serious matter. And that's the budget. Major budgets. Clearly. This is a very, very broad subject. Let's move on to the next question. Do we have time? The final one for everybody. What should you change in the relationship between supplier and business to improve cybersecurity? Please do be brief so that we're on time. I think that to be brief, I talk about transparency. There needs to be trust between clients and suppliers so that when something happens, they say it. Because sometimes you've got this huge reputational harm to a company. I think on many occasions, you need transparency to solve this altogether. Transparency, and this needs to be broached together. Maria, to close. The reality that we have nearby is that the majority of businesses are in our sector small or medium. They have one person or maybe nobody working in cybersecurity, but what we need to be aware of is that there are certain cybersecurity decisions that need to be taken inside the company by somebody inside the company. And we have to decide what investment is there and what isn't. So with all of these small things, we need to be clear on what decisions are being taken. These are strategic, and for those that are not, we need to look after the market. In the Basque Country, we've got a strong cybersecurity network, and we're lucky in that. So we need to go and seek out our suppliers, and we're talking here about something that's strategic and is competitiveness, of course. So we need to choose our suppliers well and have a trusting relationship with this supplier or suppliers. So we're clear with our suppliers that they've been there and they're trustworthy. They've been with us always. I don't know if we're out of time. Thank you so much to all of you for your opinions, and a warm round of applause for everybody.
Y a continuación, the last but not least, la última mesa que vamos a tratar es prácticas de alto impacto a nivel mundial para cerrar la brecha digital de género. Tenemos el privilegio de contar con la honorable Hatia Memonatu Ibrahima, presidente de CEDEAO, Comunidad Económica de Estados de África Occidental, y speaker de ECOWAS Parlament. Tiene una trayectoria financiera y ha puesto al servicio de lo público toda su experiencia en el sector financiero para ser parlamentaria en el gobierno e iniciar políticas para que la mujer también esté en la industria y en lo nuevo. Bienvenida, Madame Ibrahima, the floor is yours.
Merci, Madame Teresa. Mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, je tiens avant toute chose à remercier les organisateurs de ce forum pour l'invitation qui m'a été adressée à partager l'expérience de la CEDEAO sur une question aussi cruciale que la réduction de la fracture numérique entre les sexes. Le thème de ce panel, Thinking High Impact Practices Globally, épouse avec pertinence l'ambition de la CEDEAO pour qui l'autonomisation numérique des femmes n'est pas seulement une question d'équité, mais un impératif de justice et un levier incontournable pour notre développement commun. En Afrique de l'Ouest, piliers de l'économie, les femmes ne sont pas beaucoup impliquées dans la révolution numérique. L'écart d'inclusion financière numérique y dépasse la moyenne africaine, avec seulement 19% des femmes utilisant l'Internet mobile contre 28% des hommes, selon l'association Global System for Mobile Communication. Face à ce constat, la CEDEAO a érigé l'égalité des genres en priorité stratégique, intégrée à son cadre juridique et opérationnel. Notre approche repose sur 3 piliers. Un cadre politique fort, des interventions ciblées sur le terrain et des partenariats inclusifs. Concernant le cadre politique, dès 2015, la CEDEAO a adopté l'acte supplémentaire sur l'égalité des droits entre les femmes et les hommes, un instrument juridique qui sert de référence unique pour harmoniser les législations nationales et traduire nos engagements en actions mesurables. Cet acte s'accompagne d'une politique genre révisée et d'une stratégie de transformation numérique qui place l'inclusion des femmes au cœur de notre vision 2050. Deuxièmement, nous avons des programmes concrets sur le terrain. Permettez-moi de partager quelques exemples qui illustrent notre démarche. Il s'agit d'abord de la formation aux compétences numériques des femmes. Au Libéria, un programme de formation de formateurs en compétences numériques a été lancé en août 2025 à destination des femmes rurales en particulier. Aligné sur la stratégie e-commerce 2023-2027, il vise à renforcer leurs capacités économiques et numériques pour élargir leur marché, accroître leur productivité et faciliter leur intégration aux plateformes commerciales régionales. Il s'agit ensuite de l'intégration du genre dans les services financiers numériques. Lancé en mars 2023 avec l'Africa Digital Financial Inclusion Facility et l'Agence monétaire ouest-africaine WAMA, ce projet vise à harmoniser des politiques financières numériques inclusives dans les États membres en levant les barrières spécifiques aux femmes pour renforcer massivement leur inclusion financière. Nous avons ensuite le mentorat pour la relève politique. Via l'Association des femmes parlementaires de la CEDEAO, nous formons par session parlementaire plus de 200 femmes leaders de la région à la gouvernance. Et ce programme de mentorat renforce leurs compétences politiques et leur préparation. Il intègre également la maîtrise des outils numériques essentiels dans la sphère politique actuelle. Ainsi, nous assurons que la future génération de dirigeantes puisse pleinement faire entendre sa voix. Troisièmement, enfin, nous mesurons l'impact et relevons les défis persistants. Ces initiatives montrent déjà des résultats. Des centaines de femmes formées, des politiques de genre en développement et une représentation politique accrue. Toutefois, des défis persistent, comme l'accès inégal au numérique, les lacunes dans l'éducation scientifique des filles, les stéréotypes culturels et le manque de financement spécifique. C'est pourquoi notre appel aujourd'hui est un appel à la collaboration globale. La fracture numérique entre les sexes ne peut être comblée par une région seule. Les États ont besoin de partenariats publics-privés innovants pour développer des infrastructures numériques abordables et adaptées aux zones rurales. Les États ont besoin d'investissements ciblés dans l'éducation STEM pour les filles et dans l'entrepreneuriat numérique féminin. L'approche éducative qui intègre les sciences, la technologie, l'ingénierie et les mathématiques. Les États ont besoin de plateformes d'échange, de bonnes pratiques comme ce forum pour mutualiser les solutions à fort impact, d'un engagement renforcé des institutions financières internationales pour soutenir les fonds régionaux dédiés à l'autonomisation numérique des femmes. En conclusion, la CEDEAO ou à la CEDEAO, nous sommes convaincus que chaque femme formée, chaque politique adaptée, chaque partenariat conclu est un pas vers une société plus équitable et plus prospère. Notre expérience montre que lorsque les femmes sont équipées de numérique, elles deviennent des accélératrices de changement, non seulement pour elles-mêmes, mais pour leur famille, leur communauté et toute la région. Je vous remercie de votre attention et me réjouis de nos échanges. Merci.
Buenos días. Voy a traducir el discurso de Su Excelencia Memunatu Ibrahima. Señora moderada, damas y caballeros, panelistas, distinguidos invitados. Ante todo, deseo agradecer a las organizadoras de este foro por la invitación para compartir la experiencia de la CEDEAO sobre una cuestión tan crucial como la reducción de la brecha digital de género. El tema de este panel, Thinking High Impact Practices Globally, refleja de manera pertinente la ambición de la CEDEAO, para la cual autonomía digital de las mujeres no es solo una cuestión de equidad, sino un imperativo de justicia y una palanca indispensable para nuestro desarrollo común. En África Occidental, pese a ser pilares de la economía, las mujeres no están suficientemente implicadas en la revolución digital. La brecha de inclusión financiera digital supera ahí el promedio africano con solo 19% de mujeres que utilizan Internet móvil y frente a un 28% de los hombres, según la Asociación Global del Sistema de Comunicación Móvil, GSMA, 2023. Frente a esta realidad, la CEDEAO ha elevado la igualdad de género al rango de prioridad estratégica, integrándola en su marco jurídico y operativo. Nuestro enfoque se basa en 3 pilares: un marco político sólido, intervenciones específicas sobre el terreno y alianzas inclusivas. En cuanto al marco político, desde 2015, la CEDEAO ha adoptado el Acto Adicional sobre la Igualdad de Derecho entre Mujeres y Hombres, un instrumento jurídico que sirve como referencia único para organizar las legislaciones nacionales y traducir nuestro compromiso en acciones medibles. Este acto va acompañado de una política de género revisada, y de una estrategia de transformación digital que sitúan la inclusión de las mujeres en el centro de nuestra visión 2050. En segundo lugar, contamos con programas concretos sobre el terreno. Permítame compartir algunos ejemplos que ilustran nuestro enfoque. En primer lugar, la formación en competencias digitales para mujeres en Liberia. Se lanzó en agosto de 2025 un programa de formación de formadores, TOT, en competencias digitales dirigido especialmente a mujeres rurales. Alineado con la estrategia de comercio electrónico 2023-2027, su objetivo es reforzar sus capacidades económicas y digitales para ampliar sus mercados, aumentar su productividad y facilitar su integración en las plataformas comerciales regionales. En segundo lugar, la integración de las perspectivas de género en los servicios financieros digitales, lanzado en marzo de 2023 con el Africa Digital Financial Inclusion Facility, ADFI, y la Agencia Monetaria de África Occidental, UAMA. Este proyecto tiene como objetivo armonizar políticas de finanzas digitales inclusivas en los Estados miembros, eliminando las barreras específicas que afectan a las mujeres para reforzar de manera significativa su inclusión financiera. Asimismo, el mentoring para el relevo político a través de la Asociación de Mujeres Parlamentarias de la CEDEAO, ECOFEPA. Formamos en cada sesión parlamentarias a más de 200 mujeres líderes de la región en materia de gobernanza. Este programa de mentoría refuerza sus competencias políticas y su preparación e integra también el dominio de las herramientas digitales, que la futura generación de dirigentes puede hacer oír plenamente su voz. En tercer lugar, medimos el impacto y afrontamos los desafíos persistentes. Estas iniciativas ya muestran resultados. Cientos de mujeres formadas, políticas de géneros en desarrollo y mayor representación política. No obstante, persisten desafíos como el acceso desigual al digital, las carencias en la educación certificada de las niñas, los estereotipos culturales y la falta de financiación específica. Por ello, nuestra llamada hoy es una llamada a la colaboración global. La brecha digital de género no puede cerrarse desde una sola región. Los Estados necesitan alianzas públicas, público-privadas, innovadoras para desarrollar infraestructuras digitales asequibles y adaptarlos a las zonas rurales. Inversiones específicas en la educación STEM para las niñas y en el emprendimiento digital femenino. Un enfoque educativo que integre la ciencia, la tecnología, la ingeniería y las matemáticas. Plataformas de intercambio de buenas prácticas, como este foro, para compartir soluciones de alto impacto. Un mayor compromiso de las instituciones financieras internacionales para apoyar fondos regionales dedicadas y la autonomía digital de las mujeres. En conclusión, en la CEDEAO estamos convencidos de que cada mujer formada, cada política adaptada y cada alianza establecida constituye un paso hacia una sociedad más equitable, más equitativa y próspera. Nuestra experiencia demuestra que cuando las mujeres están dotadas de herramientas digitales, se convierten en aceleradoras del cambio, no solo para ellas mismas, sino también para sus familias, sus comunidades y toda la región. Les agradezco su atención y me complace anticipar nuestros intercambios. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for the translation, and can I just say that Right Honourable Haja Memunatu Ibrahima, it was such an honour to have you before and introduce our panel. Thank you so much. So we are on a countdown, and Teresa has given me very strict instructions that we have to finish not on time because we're over time, but as quickly as we can. I want to say that women have always had an impact. We've shaped societies, we have had families, we've run businesses, we have guided, we have counselled, we have advised, nurtured, and we have loved. Now more than ever, we must ensure that we impact generations to come. In many Indigenous cultures, that means 150 years into the future. Everything we do today, every conversation we have, impacts those people that come 150 years after us. Thank you to everyone who has supported the W Startup community for the last 10 years. This community now has liaisons in 22 countries, no small feat. Thank you, Teresa, for your persistence, your resilience, your determination, all to make a difference. So thank you so much. We're on the home run. I'm going to ask my panel, so you can actually read their bios, you can have a look at their LinkedIn. I'm going to ask them one by one to tell you something about themselves that you wouldn't be able to find out if you stalked them on social media or if you read their bios. So I'm going to hand over to you first, Gillian. So what is something unique about you that we wouldn't be able to find somewhere else?
So first of all, thank you to Teresa, and congratulations to the W Startup community on a wonderful and very strong 10 years and on being here in Bilbao. Two things, I guess. One of them maybe you might be able to find on social media. The first one is, up until about a decade ago, public speaking was incredibly uncomfortable for me, until I found out that nobody died from actually speaking in public, and that's a fact. I've looked it up statistically. It's true. And so many panel moderations and interventions like this one, I'm still here. And for those who are also lovers of endurance running, I'm your kindred spirit, and it's something that quietens my anxieties, but also has strong parallels with the disciplines that you need in the professional world.
Thank you, and I will be with you on those long runs in spirit only. Thank you. Patricia, so we have Patricia and Maria joining us online. Patricia, what's something unique about you that we wouldn't be able to find out if we stalked you on social media?
Hello, I repeat the thank you for this forum, and especially for Teresa, that is a really inspiring woman for me, and for invitation for this panel. What you will not find on my LinkedIn profile is how I really define myself. I see myself as a search engine for projects and people who want to change the world. And of course, that motivation grows stronger when the goal is a more inclusive entrepreneurial ecosystem with women playing a central role. And this is precisely the reason that I'm really happy to participate in this panel. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you. Valerie, what is it that I wouldn't find out about you?
Thank you so much, and thank you, Teresa, for this wonderful endeavor for the last 10 years. I think I'm not a big woman. I'm what the French call menu, but I'm a very impactful person, and people don't know that. They see me going around, but you would be surprised how many government officials from random countries get in touch with me to go and do my gender stuff. One of the examples is a country in Latin America, Guyana, English Guyana. One day I just received an email, "We've seen you. We've seen what you do. can you come and do a gender baseline survey for violence against women? And that is a country where we had like a capita of female suicide in 2014. So that power is not visible, but it's there.
You do draw, and it's because of all your work that you do in the humanitarian, so thank you so much. Maria, I think is this your first W Startup Community Inspiring Women Leaders event?
It is, and I would like to thank Teresa for the invitation to be here. I'm very sorry, and actually I feel jealous that I'm not at Bilbao right now with you all, but thank you for inviting me and having the opportunity to host me online. It's fantastic, so congratulations for this amazing event, and of course to Teresa, which I understand nothing would be possible without her.
Thank you. Okay, so we need to cut down the time that we were allocated, but in paying respect to the panelists, I want you to answer a question, an individual question each that, you know, they were pre-prepared. So let's start with you again, Gilan. There's been a lot of talk about AI over the last 12 months. Now we've got Mootbok to contend with, amongst other things. Goodness knows what's going to be around tomorrow. You write that AI is not the silver bullet, and we need a deeper level of interest and knowledge for complex projects. Can you share some of the discussions that you've had on that topic?
Yeah, so I guess to contextualize, my career pathway has seen me through banking, through fintech entrepreneurship with a lens on impact investments and sustainable finance. And last 2 years, or 3 years, working at a Swiss-based NGO. And so, you know, impact investment has straddled both the developed and developing world. I'm also culturally, I'm half Egyptian and half British, so I also straddle these worlds. The other context I think is important, the way that I see it, is AI is a tool. And it's not a replacer of our experience, it's not a replacer of humanity, it's not a replacer of expertise. And the third key thing is that, I've just lost the third key thing, but if I go into the responses, you know, there are 3 key pillars, I think. The first one is discussions that I've been, you know, privy to. You have, first of all, a conflation between the developed world and the developing world. When especially in kind of in Europe, these discussions that I've come across have happened. They're talking in the same breath about, you know, we're talking about the digital divide, about as if there aren't any nuances, cultural nuances between the needs for, you know, digital gap filling in the developed world and the ones in the developing world, as if those are all one and the same thing, and they're not. You know, in the developed world, I was building out a startup that was based on empowering women and investment and pensions because of the finance gap and looking through that lens and financial literacy. It's a very different thing to countries, you know, in Africa. We're both from Africa also, where, you know, and across the world, you have people that don't have ID. You don't have ID, you're not recognized as being part of the system, the economic system, social system. A lot of women do jobs that are, they serve the economy, but they're not recognized as being part of the economy. So they don't have ID. How are they then getting banking and financial services? Access to medical services, right? You know, pharmaceuticals, things that are affordable, basic needs. And I think not having those nuances, if we want to talk about just transition as well, leaves women, prejudices women and the most vulnerable communities. So I think that's the first thing. The second thing is, again, in discussions, you know, for projects, and I've overseen projects that are, we're talking about, you know, sustainable agriculture, renewable energy, those kind of topics, right, in developing countries across the world. Oh, but we need the tools for the impact. We need AI for the impact. And I'm like, okay, no, let's take a step back. AI has its place, but let's phase it. What are we trying to measure? What are we trying to get to? when we don't even have proper monitoring, evaluation, and learning processes and infrastructure, people don't know how to articulate what does success actually look like. What are the key performance indicators? So those need to be put in place. And then you can use the AI to collect the data, to ensure that you're going in the right direction and the project is in alignment and your investments are in alignment with those purported outcomes. The other thing is, experience and expertise. I was leading a blended finance portfolio. And the Right Honourable Ibrahima touched on this, public-private partnerships in financing. This is blended finance. So speaking with governments, both at national and subnational levels. And, you need education. That requires investments. You need investment in education of governance, negotiation, what does entrepreneurship look like, what do good projects look like. So you need to get those foundational things in place. And then the third thing is, the data quality in and as of itself. And it's where the need for an economy that's built on verifiable data, on truth. We live in a world where, in the last, especially, I guess, for me, I perceive it maybe last year, maybe it's longer, you open up social media and you have stories and you just look in the comments and everybody's questioning, is this true or is this not true, right? So we need to build out and ensure that data and that we're making decisions based on facts and that we rebuild trust. Trust is broken everywhere. And that means then, you can bring in investors more effectively, your outcomes are more effective. And one of my roles is as a strategic advisor for what is a truth tech. So it's essentially building out a truth library in order to ensure accuracy and transparency in the data that we work with.
I think we're entering an era where trust, integrity, authenticity aren't just words that people are sprouting anymore. They're actions that we really need to take. Thank you. There's so much there. We could actually spend the next half hour talking about each of those. Maria, you've previously mentioned women as architects, not just as users. How are you seeing this play out and how should we play this out if we are building the future together?
So I truly believe that building a future that works actually for everyone, we cannot remain to be consumers of technology. We need to be part of the creation process. And now there is a very big distinction of who is actually creating the technology and who is using it. My background is in computer science. I have a PhD in machine learning. Now my startup is in cybersecurity. And I can tell you that women and girls there are a minority. The reality is that only 20 or 23% of the computer science and engineering degree students are women. And most importantly, only the 2% of startups, only the 2% of the global funding is going to startups that is created by women. So this means that we are a minority both in the technology creation. I mean, we're not technically equipped enough, and also we don't get investment for our startups. And I think here there is a great opportunity with artificial intelligence, particularly with the generative AI, which can be used as a force multiplier. So it can lower the barrier to entry in the technical field. So now you can extract an AI agent to build that website for you, to build an app for you. So this is giving women a real advantage to enter the technology. And also we can see startups operating with less resources. So instead of needing this initial funding or a team of 10 people to start or 5 people to start, now you can do with almost zero funding and a little bit of agents. You can use them to create your first product, your first prototype, get some traction and be more ready for investment. So setting out the reality again that we are a minority in the technology creation and the technology investment, I do see this great opportunity now with AI and generative AI to bridge this gap. And of course, we need to ensure that women know how to use AI, know how to use generative AI, know how to use those agents to their advantage in order to be able to make this outwork.
And it's interesting too in what you said, Maria, and Gillian, what you said as well about AI and data. AI is only as good as the data that gets inputted into it at the moment. Like, who knows what's going to happen, you know, in a month's time, a year's time. But the data that gets inputted is super important, and I think we need to be very mindful as women that we're feeding in the data that is researched, applicable, not made up, like some of the data that you actually see that goes in. Could talk about that for a long time as well. Valerie, you are a champion, defender of human rights. I've had the absolute honour of having you on this panel for the last, I don't know how many years. What are you experiencing as best practice for high impact in relation to the gender gap?
Champion, I'm not sure. I try my best. One of the things that I would like to say is that Honorable Ibrahima of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, touched most of the points that I was going to talk about. So I'm going to just go in practical examples, probably because I operate in Africa as well. And we were talking also, and she has the same point, although I do work with migrant women in Europe as well. One of the things is to proactively design recruitment, training, and job placement that are women-centered. Not just say, oh, there are opportunities. So we have a terrible word to describe that in certain countries in Africa, positive discrimination. I don't like the expression, but it actually expresses all that is put in place to make sure that women are at the forefront in recruitment, in training. Not just say, oh, we are like equity, because not equality, equity, just to make sure that they enter. The second thing is, and that we've been talking to in countries where we work, like Burundi and Guinea and Malawi, we've been talking to governments because they have to put in policies, because we don't have like a private sector that works on its own. So it all has to go through the government. They have to have policies that really promote women to be in those places. So we also have to target high placement of women in male-dominated high-tech companies. We don't have many as for now in Africa, because we're still struggling with other areas of women's citizenship. So the digital citizenship is just an addition to our struggle. But I think it's also a positive thing, because we can mainstream already all these things that we are talking afterwards for other countries. The other thing that we have seen that tech in AI can actually help us to fast forward, to actually enlighten the problems. We don't have to really use the traditional methodology, and we can map all the problems in no time for the governments to respond. The other thing is, one of the example, when I was talking about placing women and so on, engendering the tech, is we have this partnership with the Innovation Center in South Africa at the Wits University in Johannesburg. And we were going to them so they can come to Burundi and help us try to think of an innovation center. But when I went there and I was visiting, it was all male-dominated. The leader is a woman. That's already important. But as in the issues, the concepts, and the presence, it was all male-dominated. So although we were going for tech, we also brought to them the engendering, the gender component. So as we speak on the 3rd, all the tech women from America are meeting in South Africa. So I smile and think, I put my drop into that to engender that beautiful and powerful institution. I think I can give those examples, because most of the things that are really prepared, have been touched by the Honorable of ECOWAS.
Thank you, and I'm sure it was more like a whole cup, not just a drop. Patricia, you have a survey that you'd like people to fill in. Can you tell us what the purpose of the survey is and why it is an important action that people take the time to fill it in?
Yes, of course, this is the purpose of my collaboration here today. And I want to introduce the Observatory Women Startup Community of LED Women Startup. It's a pioneering report that analyzes the reality of a startup led by women. So it's about data again, and it's promoted by Women Startup Community in close collaboration with my institution, is University of Malaga. And the study includes the profile of female startup CEOs, their motivation and concern, performance, internationalization, and aspect related with innovation management, for example. And in this edition, we also incorporate some questions about inclusion and corporate well-being in startup. And it's true that we have heard over the last 2 days in the Women Inspiring Leader that the gender gap is narrowed in many areas, but in the startup ecosystem, it remains wider. Maria has told before. Currently, startup led by women represent at best around 20% at the total. So the motivation for this study stems from the get disaggregated data in this file and from the need to continue integrating gender approach in the policies, the support policies. So for me, the observatory is an effective tool for reflection and for supporting the adoption of real empowered women action. And it's also a valuable instrument to make visible contribution of women to economy, innovation, and in the society in general, no? I used to say without data, there is no visibility, no targeted policies, and of course, no fair funding neither. So it's a challenge for all of us. Now we are currently closing the data collection for a third wave. And so we would really appreciate if those of you don't do it or do have done, and you can do it. We are going to share the QR code for complete the questionnaire. And I would like to think that this panel is titled Building a Future Together. So please, your little contribution could be make a structural change with the recollection of the data.
Thank you. And we did have a few more questions, but I'm going to ask the final question now, which is not the final question that you guys have been given, but a different final question. So we've been inspired. One of my favorite sayings is ideation without execution is hallucination. So unless you take some kind of action, best of luck for being here for the last 2 days, there is an action that each of us must take. So we've been inspired by so many speakers, panels, and supporters. What would you like to suggest as a call to action for everyone here? And what are you going to do? What's your call to action? So, Gillian, we'll start with you.
So for me, it's really just to continue learning. I think it's really, really important because the more that we are, well, knowledge is power, right? So the more that we're able to know and understand also from the other stakeholders' perspectives, and that's been my work. So to continue that and to really bring together people for collaborative action, I think is really important. I think for others, you know, we live in I feel like AI is great, but I feel like we go at gung-ho speeds. And there's a lot in terms of investment. It's about what's the next new thing. This is like my investment banker hat, right? What's the next new thing? How can we make money? And sometimes I feel that this is being done at the expense of society. And I think the counterbalance is, you know, bringing more long-term and thinking about the human aspects. So for everybody, really, just to think about how can they inject purpose in their day-to-day? How can you each inject purpose in your day-to-day and what you're doing? And how can we bring about, therefore, together, you know, who can you really collaborate with and bring about truth and justice for the future?
Thank you. I think if we just throw love and kindness into that mix as well, if we all led with love and if every leader around the world led with love and kindness, how wonderful the world might be. Maria, what would your takeaways be? Or your call to action?
Well, my call to action will be, let's move beyond words and focus on action. So support female entrepreneurs, buy their products, invest in their companies. And for me personally, I will complete the questionnaire and of course continue to shape my choices and my consuming choices by who is creating the product. I mean, we can all choose to support women a bit more every day.
Thank you. Awesome. We'll go to Patricia next because I will finish with my friend Valerie here on my left. So Patricia, apart from having everybody, I'm just waiting for you to come up on the screen. Apart from having everybody fill in the questionnaire, which is what you would like everybody to do, I don't know how much longer I can fill until we get you on the screen. So I'm just going to let you talk over Maria. Maria's name. Could you tell us what your call, there you are. Nice. What's your call to action?
Well, my call to action is simple. I think the world needs female leaders. We are in the right place at the perfect time with the perfect people. So I also need strong communities as women startup community. So the change starts now with all of us.
Thank you very much. Valerie?
Certainly going on my part, going to continue what I was going, engaging people individually, but also institutions. But my proposition to this community, and especially to our leader, Teresa Larcos, is that gender issue really not be like a standalone, because we are scientists, philosophers, sociologists, tech, specialists. But we should start engaging each and every group that comes here. And I really like the previous panel because they did say we want to see more women. And it's difficult to change the mentality. So for me, we need to show, we need to be serious about gender mainstreaming. And starting by giving more time and more positioning on the panel that is doing gender, but also asking each and every group to tell us about what they have in mind, because this is a cross-cutting issue. What do they have in mind in their different companies as gender mainstreaming policies, and what are they doing? We will have contributed to putting women first in the tech and AI and science and all that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So in closing, a stage filled with incredible women over the last 2 days, each with a story to tell. How do we make it so that the path is easier for our daughters, for our sisters, for our nieces? How do we make it so that those paths are easier and they don't have to listen to the low percentages that we've had to listen to? It starts in everyday conversation. It starts around the dinner table. It then goes into all the way up to the C-suite, to the board. The conversations need to be had everywhere. It's up to each of us, every one of us. We all need to stand up and make a difference. We need to love loud. We need to stand by what we say. And any action that we walk past is an action that we condone. So we need to support each other, lift each other up, and remember those connections and the collaborations that have been mentioned. Don't forget, fill in the survey, and we'll see you when that says women, inspiring women leaders, 11 next year. Thank you.
Bueno, pues ya llegamos al cierre de estas 2 jornadas tan interesantes y bueno, la verdad que ha sido un placer estar estas 2 sesiones, 2 días, escuchando a tan magníficas personas que han pasado por aquí. Y bueno, yo voy a ser muy breve, porque sé que estamos fuera de tiempo y que vamos a seguir colaborando juntas y juntos y que nos ha inspirado, estas 2 jornadas nos han inspirado a seguir trabajando juntos por un mundo mejor, como decían ahora, para dejar a nuestras hijas, bueno, pues el mundo, por lo menos como lo tenemos, un poco mejor. Y quiero resumir el congreso, las dos jornadas, con 4 palabras. Primero, agradecimiento. Agradecimiento, Teresa, por el 10º aniversario de Women Inspiring Leaders, que lo hayas querido traer a Bilbao y concretamente a Deusto. Hemos trabajado juntos todos estos meses y la verdad que el resultado ha sido muy bonito, muy bueno y la verdad como se está viendo y todas estas aportaciones que se han ido haciendo estos días. También quiero agradecer a los equipos de Teresa, a Natividad, al equipo de Deusto Emprende, que hemos colaborado juntos todos estos meses, también a todas las panelistas y personas que han pasado por aquí estos 2 días, las emprendedoras que han presentado sus proyectos, las empresas que con su colaboración han hecho posible estos 2 días, los patrocinadores, y también a las personas que habéis asistido tanto aquí presencialmente como en streaming, porque sois personas de más de 29 países, como se ha visto aquí una representación estos días, ¿no? La segunda palabra, que bueno, me suele gustar decir que es que he elegido el mínimo común denominador. Lo que se ha ido oyendo en todas estas jornadas, se ha repetido varias veces la palabra cooperación, colaboración, solos no podemos hacer nada, se ha repetido en todas las mesas, también se ha repetido en esta cooperación perfiles diferentes, interdisciplinaridad, que nos juntemos diferentes en torno a unos objetivos comunes, como se han visto en todas estas mesas, ciberseguridad, blockchain. Bueno, no voy a repetirme para no alargarme, pero se ha repetido en todas las mesas. También deciros que como ahora se pedía rellenar una encuesta, también este evento lo hemos recogido en una investigación que estamos haciendo de inspirar en la cultura de la innovación y el emprendimiento como un modelo de cooperación. Entonces, el proyecto Lotus, entonces también quería destacarlo. Luego la tercera palabra, valores. Valores que nos comentaba ayer Margarita y esta mañana José María de Volvo, que inspiran este liderazgo de las mujeres, de trabajo, constancia, preparación y formación, resiliencia, valor, espíritu de servicio, coherencia, coraje, se decía esta mañana, importancia de los equipos interdisciplinares, lealtad. Se hablaba de seguridad ayer, de tener la retaguardia cubierta, nos decía Margarita. Bueno, y se ha hablado de ciberseguridad, diferentes tipos de seguridad. Las personas para trabajar juntas tenemos que tener seguridad, confianza, entonces son valores que destacan en este liderazgo. Y no quiero dejar de mencionar el constante esfuerzo diario y dar de nosotros lo mejor cada día, ¿no? Que se decía también. Y luego, por último, la cuarta es que todo esto se engloba que estamos hablando de personas, se decía humanismo, esta mañana siempre, bueno, lo habéis ido mencionando, ¿no? En cada una de las mesas, cómo todo lo que hacemos lo hacemos pues para un bienestar de las personas, un bienestar económico, social, medioambiental, y sobre todo también, bueno, que necesitamos de talento, de esas personas con esa actitud y esos valores que aporten a cada cosa que hacemos, ¿no? Y nada, ya con esto termino y Teresa, te animo a 10 años más, y bueno, muchas gracias, es que ricasco, thank you very much, y nos seguimos viendo y seguimos trabajando.